welcome to a special Republican National Convention edition of America Decides from Fiserv Forum right here in downtown Milwaukee. The convention is energized, but to be perfectly honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of empty seats here. They'll probably fill up as the night goes on, but that's just a fact. Ohio Senator JD Vance set to give his keynote speech after first being named by former President Trump as his running mate and then confirmed by this convention and its delegates to be the running mate for former President Trump. Also taking the stage tonight, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. He ran in the Republican presidential primaries, you might recall, and was on Trump's very short list for VP. Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz will speak, and so will former Trump advisor Peter Navarro, who you should know was just released from prison, federal prison, for contempt of Congress this morning and flying straight to Milwaukee to get on the stage right behind me. We are also following, and this is important, listen up, breaking news on the campaign trail. President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID. This happened in Las Vegas, and that's where we find our Weijia Jiang, who's traveling with the president and has all the latest details. Weijia, please fill us in.
Well, Major, we were inside this massive ballroom with several guests who were waiting to hear from President Biden, and he was running late, which is not unusual because he had other events. He had an interview scheduled right before this, and so we thought he was just running a little bit behind. But then the CEO of Unidos USA, the organization that was throwing this event, made the stunning announcement on the stage telling guests that President Biden was deeply sorry, but he was not going to make it tonight because he had just tested positive for COVID. He wanted to focus on his health and, of course, did not want to get anybody sick. Now, Major, this is before we heard anything from the White House. So the world learned about the president's testing positive in this very room. And then we got more details from the White House, including from President Biden's doctor, who said this afternoon he started feeling mild symptoms. He had a runny nose, he had a cough, and he just didn't feel well. And so he didn't have a fever, but he took a COVID test anyway and tested positive. He has already taken one dose of Paxlovid, which is used to treat COVID. He's already on his way back to Delaware, where he will self-isolate. And we just heard from the president as he was getting on Air Force One, and he said that he's actually feeling good. But, Major, this is such a big development at a time when the president is already dealing with so much politically. He has a grueling travel schedule, and now he has to focus on getting better from COVID. And so the press secretary says he will continue to perform all of his duties, and we will get regular updates. But as of right now, he is heading back to the East Coast on Air Force One and resting.
This is important medical news, but it can only be described as a part of a cascade of bad news, political, medical, and otherwise, for former President Trump. Weijia Jiang for us in Las Vegas. Thank you very much. I want to bring in our Caitlin Huey-Burns, who is with us on the podium position here at the Republican National Convention. Caitlin, your vantage point and your expectations for the evening.
Major, good to be with you. So I'm standing to the right of the podium so I can see the speakers on the stage, also their teleprompter, so we're following whether they're following that, and also a good view of the delegates. Today's main attraction, of course, is JD Vance, the vice presidential pick. His introduction to the country, essentially. He's going to be introduced by his wife, Usha, and also Donald Trump Jr., who is kind of instrumental in this pick, is also going to be speaking tonight. But there's also going to be a foreign policy focus, Major, of this event. And I just want to hold up some of the signs that these delegates have been holding. This says, Trump will end the Ukraine war. And that's something to kind of watch here, especially as JD Vance speaks. Back in January of 2023, JD Vance was one of the first senators to endorse Donald Trump, and he did so in an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal calling for an end to Ukraine funding and saying that Donald Trump is the one who will end war. So look at that for kind of the theme here, especially as we've been talking all week about how this is kind of the completion of Donald Trump's takeover, essentially, of the Republican Party.
And Caitlin, other speakers you are going to be watching for tonight? Obviously, this is a big night for JD Vance, but there are others on the undercard who are probably going to light this place up.
We are also expecting to hear from the mayor of East Palestine, Ohio, of course, the site of that train derailment there. And it's significant that's coming on the night that JD Vance is speaking, not only as the senator from Ohio, but he, was really making this, he was out there on the forefront on this issue. And Donald Trump, remember, made that visit there. We're also going to hear from Doug Burgum, the North Dakota governor, who was on that short list for Donald Trump's vice presidential picks. You're hearing right now from Nancy Mace, the congresswoman from South Carolina, who is also demonstrative of this, or a demonstration of this kind of coalition returning to Trump.
Speaking of Nancy Mace, congresswoman from South Carolina, let's dip in and take a listen.
Be my destination. I soon went from making waffles to making history. 25 years ago, this high school dropout became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. A college campus where we don't burn American flags, we salute them. I'm a single mom and a rape survivor. To women tonight who can relate, please know you have a friend and a sister in me. And I will fight like hell for you. I'm the daughter of an Army Brigadier General and a school teacher. I've admired my dad's Distinguished Service Cross from Vietnam. I've endured the rigors of a Citadel education. And today I represent a district that includes Parris Island, where we make Marines. What we're witnessing today is proof that strength preserves peace and weakness invites war. We can never project strength around the world when weakness stands in the White House. Nations like China see weakness as opportunity. China's fentanyl invades our borders. Their arms supply Putin's regime. China supports enemy states like Iran. They oppress their own people, especially their women. The world is watching America, and we must show them what we're made of. And I know a strong leader when I see one. Donald Trump stood up to China before, and he will do it again. Anyone who thinks they can take on Donald Trump.
The voice of Nancy Mace. The voice of Nancy Mace, Congresswoman from South Carolina. I want to be joined here. I'm glad to be joined by Robert Costa. Robert, great to see you.
Great to see you, Major.
Night 3, JD Vance, Introduction to America. What should we watch for?
I'm watching to see, can he make a message to America? He has made a message to the conservative base of the Republican Party for a long time. I've been stunned. Well, actually, maybe not that surprised. How so many people here in this crowd know him already. He's a presence on conservative media, conservative podcasts, so he has this support among the base.
Let me stop you right there, because that's a really important point that I think our audience needs to take on board. This delegate crowd has a media infrastructure that they rely on, that they trust, that is, if not outside the quote-unquote mainstream media, exists in a separate universe. And JD has been there for a good long while. So they feel like they not only know him, but have come to know him. So he's not a surprise or like, oh, who's JD? They know. And that's part of this party. That's part of the Trump reflection of this alternate media universe that JD is not only comfortable in, but has kind of used to his maximum political advantage.
He is close to Donald Trump Jr. I think the real tell is if you follow Donald Trump Jr., the former president's son, on social media, you know Senator JD Vance. But if you're not following the Trump family and the Trump movement every day, you may not know Senator Vance. He was just elected in 2022. So does he talk about his hardscrabble roots in Southern Ohio? Does he talk about serving in the military, a Marine veteran? Does he project confidence about the working vote? And I just talked to Chris LaCivita, the top advisor to the Trump campaign, and he told me he's going to send Senator Vance constantly to Michigan, here in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It's going to be a Midwest tour for the Midwestern senator.
And real quickly, Bob, on economics, do we expect JD Vance to lean either isolationist or protectionist?
This is what I'm watching more than anything in the speech. It's a bit esoteric, but Senator Vance has been a big supporter of Lena Khan, the head of the FTC, who has been suing businesses for wanting to merge, big businesses. Does he talk about tech companies and trying to go after them? Does he talk about big business and taking a tough stand? He alarms a lot of people in the business community who see him as hostile to corporate America, not necessarily to small businesses, but to corporate America. Does he include that at all, or is it more just biography, Midwest, here we go?
Robert Costa, thank you very much,
Major.
as always. Ed O'Keefe is down on the convention floor. He will join us next with a preview of tonight's most important speeches. You are streaming America Decides.
His warrior spirit, his display of
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That Desire Farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to America Decides. We are live at the Republican National Convention right here in downtown Milwaukee. I want to check in on Capitol Hill because there was really some important news today. California Democratic Congressman, also Senate candidate Adam Schiff, you might remember a prominent voice on the January 6th Select Committee. Well, Schiff today joined a growing number of House Democrats who are calling on President Biden to step aside and not be the nominee of the party in this election. Schiff said, and this is a direct quote, he has serious concerns about whether the president can defeat Donald Trump. To help us understand this, I want to bring in Nicole Killian, who joins us from Capitol Hill. Nicole, what's the latest?
Well, Congressman Adam Schiff, as you said, becomes the latest Democrat to call on President Biden to withdraw from the 2024 presidential race. He says he has serious concerns about the president's ability to beat former President Donald Trump in November. And that is significant because, as you know, Schiff not only was an impeachment manager during the former president's first impeachment trial, but also served on the January 6th Select Committee as well, which investigated the former president's efforts to overturn the election results here on Capitol Hill. So a pretty notable comment from Schiff now is saying that he feels that the president should, in his words, pass the torch. And I'm told that, the congressman did give a heads up to the Biden campaign before making this announcement, which he first shared with the Los Angeles Times before we obtained that statement. But the Biden campaign, for its part, continues to point to the president's comments that he has insisted that he will stay in this race. They also point to a number of support that they have received from a variety of congressional Democrats. Of course, as we know, the president, before contracting COVID, was out in Nevada stumping and rallying with members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and many of whom have expressed their support for the president.
Also worth noting that Adam Schiff is very close to former House Speaker and now Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. Keep that in mind, folks. Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill.
Yeah,
thanks so very much. I want to get back to the Republican National Convention. No, thanks. We got to move on. Ed O'Keefe now joins us from the convention floor. Ed, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Major, good to be with you again. We're going to spend a good chunk of our night down here by Ohio, which, of course, is getting ready for a big night as their Senator JD Vance accepts the Republican vice presidential nomination. We're curious to see how they react to this pick and whether they've recruited any of the senator's other friends or associates to join them down here on the floor tonight. We are also awaiting an interesting speech from the guy who probably had more influence over this decision than anyone else, at least in the Trump orbit, and that is the former president's son, Don Jr., who's going to introduce Vance and his wife, Usha, to the country. Don Jr. making it clear to us earlier in the week when we spoke with him here on the floor of the convention that he likes the senator's youth, that he is sort of emblematic of where he hopes the MAGA movement can head now in the hands of a 39-year-old running mate, and just generally feels that he espouses what he believes the MAGA movement will continue to be once his father, if the Trump family gets its way at least, gets 4 more years in the White House. So beyond that, I think there's a lot of intrigue in what exactly he will discuss. How does he introduce himself not only to the party here in the convention, but to the country? Does he talk about his upbringing? Does he talk about his family? Does he talk about his conversion from Trump critic to Trump supporter to now the biggest Trump supporter of them all as the running mate? And does he, perhaps more than anyone else this week, turn up the temperature rhetorically on the president and vice president, despite the calls to tamp down the rhetoric in the wake of the assassination attempt? So that's among the things we'll be doing. And Major, quite honestly, the other thing at least this political reporter will be doing is tracking what's going on with the other party, as you and Nicole were just discussing there. Big news tonight when it comes to Senator Bob Menendez and whether he'll resign, and bigger news regarding the president and whether more of his allies in the party are telling him he needs to step down, especially given the situation here in Milwaukee this week with the former president and what it might do to his standing. But then even in the short term, the medical condition he's flying home with from Las Vegas, the COVID-19 diagnosis.
On the convention floor for us, Ed O'Keefe, thank you so very much. JD Vance, as Ed O'Keefe just indicated, getting ready to share his story tonight, center stage right here at the Republican National Convention. What we might expect to hear from the former president's running mate. That's next. You're streaming America Decides.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides and our continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. It's day 3 of that convention. Hogan Gidley and Haima Moore join me now. Hogan formerly served as White House Deputy Press Secretary in the Trump administration. He and I remember that. Haima previously worked as a senior official within the Democratic National Committee. Haima, I want to start with you. I know we're here, it's a Republican story, but I want you to answer this question. Does the future of the Biden candidacy and path to the nomination for the Democratic Party look tonight as tenuous as it looks to a lot of people across the country?
Hey, Major, thank you for having me on. Look, Joe Biden has been a fantastic president. He's been very strong. He's been a very strong candidate. He beat Donald Trump in 2020. But things are tough right now. And I think Joe Biden wants to have the space and the time to make a decision about his candidacy. But he's still a strong candidate.
Space and time. The Biden campaign, as you know, Haima, keeps saying, we don't need any space, we don't need any time, we've already decided. And yet, other Democrats don't seem willing to accept that. Can you resolve that tension for us, if it's possible?
Yeah, and you've heard from our leaders, you've heard from Leader Jeffries and Schumer and others and Nancy Pelosi. And, you know, they have taken the notes from other members to the president's campaign, and they are giving the president time to make a final decision. I mean, the time's running out, and I think, you know, he said before he believes he can beat Donald Trump again. I believe that he can, and I think many members of our party believe that as well. But we want to make sure that he's final, that he can do it, that he has the stamina, that he has the desire to do it. And then once he makes that final decision, everyone's going to support him and fall in line.
Jaime, stay with us, please. I want to bring in Hogan Gidley. You heard that conversation, Hogan. What is your perspective on this constant Democratic conversation and what effect it has on the fundamentals of this campaign?
Well, it seems as though Joe Biden has already made his decision. He said he's running. He says he's the nominee. What I'm finding interesting is the contrast. We've been to several of these events before, Major. Seeing what this RNC was able to accomplish on the first night, bringing in Amber Rose, for example. A lot of people looked at me and said, who's that? I said, I don't even have time to explain it. And then the Teamsters president comes out and addresses the crowd as well. Amazing. And we're sitting here saying, not only has Donald Trump unified the Republican Party, now he's trying to go outside of that tent, going to the Bronx, going to other places that Republicans typically don't go. And you look on the other side, Joe Biden is still trying to court black individuals in July. So his base is problematic, and half the people in the party want him not to be the nominee. Now, while as chaotic as it may be now, you and I both know there are a million lifetimes between now and November. A lot can happen. A lot's going to change. And this convention, while successful so far, and I imagine we're going to see a good exclamation point, you still got to put in the work needed to win elections at the local level.
To that point, Hogan Gidley, I interviewed Brian Kemp, Republican governor of Georgia, experienced politician. He said, look, I get the enthusiasm. I've talked to a lot of Republicans. Yeah. They're jacked up. They believe it's all over. And he's saying, hold your horses, people. Do the work. And if you don't do the work, you could lose this all.
Yeah, ask him about the red wave, how
That's exactly what he brought up to me.
There's no question. The people in this room, though, I think it's a different sentiment I feel from them, and I've experienced, again, having done this now for 25 years. The folks here understand it does take hard work. And so the non-sexy parts of politics, what you do every day in front of the camera, you got to get out there, roll up your sleeves, and poll watch. You have to poll work. You have to register voters. You have to mobilize voters. Those are the nuts and bolts that you can do to win elections. And Democrats have killed us in that arena for the last several years, and so we've got to focus on that.
Jaime, let's pick up on that point, because that was a probably indirect compliment that Hogan Gidley just paid to the Democratic National Committee and the Biden-Harris campaign circa 2020. Is it harder to do that work, that fundamental work, voter contact, voter registration, voter motivation, when there's still uncertainty about who the nominee is going to be?
No, look, and Hogan, thank you for that compliment. I appreciate it. You know, one of the things that Chairman Jamie Harrison has done over the past 4 years is make sure that infrastructure of this party is sound in place, raising money, reaching voters all over the country. I disagree with Hogan and other members of the Republican Party. Black voters can see right through some of the things that were displayed at the RNC this week, and black voters are not listening to Amber Rose. I hate to say it, but black voters do understand that Joe Biden has been a strong president. Kamala Harris has been a strong vice president. And they brought to the table some needs and desires of that community. And so I don't think that 2 weeks of Donald Trump and the Republicans going out after black voters is going to be enough. Lastly, one of the things that we really, really pride ourselves on in this party is doing outreach even when there's not an election. And we've been doing that for years and years and years and years. And so I think that's going to pay dividends in the fall.
And Jaime, I want to ask you, give you a chance, then I'll get Hogan's response. JD Vance on the Trump ticket. What does it mean from your and the Democratic Party's perspective?
Look, Senator Vance has a great career, and he's a fantastic person, I'm sure. But what the Democrats are saying is he is just another clone, a double down of former President Donald Trump. And so I don't think that it adds much to the ticket. I respect the former president and the senator, but I don't think it adds much to that ticket at all. And I think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris still present the strongest option for the country.
Hogan, you get the last word on this.
Look, I think JD Vance is a unique pick in large part because he didn't support the president before. What better messenger to go into suburbia and say, I was you, I understand. But let me tell you about the man I got to know and the policies he put in place. And while 2 weeks, he's right, may not encapsulate or solidify or solve the problem we have with the black voter, the last 4 years of paying too much for gas and groceries sure helps.
Hogan, Jaime, thanks so very much. I appreciate it both to have you with us. Coming up, my colleague Margaret Brennan joins me to discuss JD Vance's worldview and why NATO allies will be paying very close attention to his speech tonight. That's next. You're streaming America Decides.
Trump's realistic policy of resolute strength in a dangerous world and President Biden's policies of appeasement, weakness, and self-delusion may be the biggest difference between the Make America Great Again movement and the Make America Weak ideology of the left. We have to remember that the greatest threat to American safety is not Biden's brain. The greatest threat is Biden's policies and the people he appoints to implement them.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7. That is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides and our continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention. Tonight, the spotlight is on two big topics: foreign policy, national security. And in that conversation, let's be honest, there are questions still about Donald Trump and JD Vance, his running mate, and their statements that some have interpreted as admiration for authoritarian leaders around the country. Speaking of JD Vance, here he was on Face the Nation in May when pushed on his praise for the Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban.
Well, look, I'm not endorsing every single thing that Viktor Orban has ever done. I don't know everything he's ever done. What I do think is on the university principle, the idea that taxpayers should have some influence in how their money is spent at these universities, it's a totally reasonable thing. And I do think that he's made some smart decisions there that we could learn from the United States.
CBS News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent and Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan joins me here. Margaret, foreign policy, national security, always fundamental in any presidential election, sometimes behind the economy, some distance, sometimes really close, but it's a big factor tonight. The indictment against Biden is that he's weak, and Trump is strong, and basically that's what people here want the country to know. Evaluate that contrast, strength versus alleged weakness.
Well, it's interesting because one of the things that when we look at JD Vance and try to assess him, we have to look at things he said because he hasn't really been in the Senate very long.
1.5 years.
Exactly. Yeah. And he doesn't have a foreign policy worldview other than this very staunch opposition to aid to Ukraine. Not consistent, though, when you look at other U.S. allies, very much for aid to Israel. But his argument in that, when he's talking about denying Ukraine, is that the money's better spent elsewhere. So it's not on the principle, right, of the conflict itself. And you have to look at some of the things he said and try to understand his worldview. The reason we played that clip there is because JD Vance was describing and praising some of the things that this leader of Hungary has done, including trying to take control of universities, put them under the control in a foundation run by his cronies. And it's something that JD Vance has praised, and it's something that the American conservative movement, that he is really representative of on the populist front, has said is the way things should go. And it's interesting because in this country, you've seen a version of that grow out of the Gaza war, the Israel-Hamas war, this argument that American colleges have gotten too liberal. They're soft. The young people are soft, and we have to fix this. And that's reflective of this echoing of what we're seeing in Europe with some of these right-wing leaders being, elected democratically, but showing these authoritarian tendencies. Viktor Orban has really reined in journalists, the judiciary system. He rewrote the Constitution. So we have to look at things like that and say, what does that indicate about what he wants to do if he's in office? Contrast that with a very, very traditional foreign policy, national security view of Joe Biden.
Margaret, please let us pause for just a moment, because at the podium, Peter Navarro, who arrived here this afternoon after being released from a federal prison for being held in contempt of Congress. Let's listen to Peter Navarro.
Thing about the Constitution, they demanded that I break the law because they have no respect for it. I refused, and a Democrat majority in the House then voted to hold me in contempt. All right, what happened next? The next jackboot to drop was the executive branch. Another one of your favorite Democrats, Democrat Attorney General Merrick Garland. There's a winner. Him and Jack Smith indicted and prosecuted me for criminal contempt of Congress. Now, here's what's weird about it. It's something that Democrat prosecutors refused to do against one of their own, including two guys with blood on their hands, Eric Holder and Alejandro Mayorkas, the great border czar, right? They've actually gotten people killed. For decades, the Department of Injustice right now, the Department of Justice policy stated, hear me out on this, if Congress slaps a subpoena on a senior White House advisor like me, the advisor's duty is to politely tell them to go pound sand.
Just to put a point on this, Congress does have oversight authority. Congress can issue subpoenas, and if you ignore a subpoena, in some circumstances, you can be held in contempt, and in Peter Navarro's case, serve some time for that. Margaret, back to national security and foreign policy.
That was the China advisor.
That was the China advisor. So tell me what you think about that and Peter Navarro's potential role in a future Trump administration, should there be a second term for former President Trump.
Peter Navarro was universally opposed by anyone who had any experience working on Wall Street or working in economics. He was a PhD in economics, but really sort of defined most things around tariffs. And by the way, what are you hearing right now from JD Vance and Donald Trump? And a little bit of populism on the left as well, with Joe Biden adopting some specific tariffs targeted towards electric vehicles. But that was the solution for everything coming from that point of view. And once again, JD Vance, I've interviewed him and asked him about that. He said, wait, Donald Trump has said everything from a 10% to a 60% tariff. What is the point of view? And aren't you just going to make things more expensive because that is a tax for consumers? And he was just wholly dismissive, argued look, the American heartland was destroyed in 4 years. It's not going to, in longer than 4 years, you can't rebuild it in 4 years. And so Donald Trump was only halfway through the job fixing it. And all these policies are going to somehow bring manufacturing jobs back to America that left America decades and decades ago. So it's a rebooted version of the Peter Navarro message.
And very quickly, Margaret, on that question of tariffs, as you said, it's a tax on imports. They are passed on to consumers. And if inflation, which I've heard every night here, is a big concern, how do you factor that in?
Right. I mean, the reason that President Biden adopted the tariffs on electric vehicles made in China is to discourage you from purchasing them and make it less financially, to destroy the argument that it would be a cheaper alternative to an American-made one, right? That is acknowledging it's going to cost you more. That is what a tariff does. That just is the basics of it. So what does a Vance-Trump administration do? We'll see. And if they get elected and put other advisors in there who push back on some of the policies like we saw in the first administration.
Interesting to see it tonight if JD Vance mentions the word tariff. And if he does, how many times? Margaret Brennan, thank you so very much. While Republicans coalesce around former President Trump, that's what's going on here. What's happening on the Democratic side? Coming up, my conversation with Missouri Congressman Emanuel Cleaver about the path forward for the Biden campaign. You are streaming America Decides.
Your wages in the Democrat. Here's the thing. I'm sitting in prison thinking about this. It just eats at me as Democrats come for your kids. They're indoctrinating them with poisonous attitudes on race and gender. And here's the thing, when politics fails, the investigations and prosecutions begin. They did it to me. They're going to do it to Trump. But hear me out. They've also done it to Catholics, pro-life activists, and parents who are just standing up for the kids at school board meetings. This is a tale of two Americas, and you know it wasn't this way when Donald Trump was president. I remember the days I was there. In Trump's America, you were safe and our borders were secure. In Trump's America, you were more prosperous, and you didn't have to choose between what? Food on the table, medicine in the cabinet, and a roof over your head.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen.
She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides. Earlier, I spoke with Missouri Democratic Congressman Emanuel Cleaver about the Biden campaign's many troubles. Sir, there's been some pretty heavyweight news in Democratic circles today. First, Adam Schiff, a colleague of yours running for the United States Senate in California, currently a congressman representing district in California, today called on President Biden to step aside. Your reaction?
Well, I have an enormous amount of respect for Representative Schiff. I'm in fact one of his big fans, and I've actually said that to him, as is members of my family. But I think I've said it many, many times, and it is a truth that cannot be pushed out of the way, and that is that unless Joe Biden decides himself that he's not going to run, all of the major figures in the Democratic Party can ask him to leave. And if he doesn't want to leave, there's no way to get him out. He is the delegate. He is a presumptive nominee for the Democratic Party for the November election. That's the way it stands right now. And if we keep hanging out here in the forest of indecisiveness, we're going to make sure we lose. I think I'm very much concerned. Look, not to decide is, at least in this case, a decision. And so we're hanging up here, we got to make a decision. We got to make a decision. We don't. If we don't make, and I think if something is going to happen, it has to happen within the next week. If not, I think the decision is already made.
In light of that, decision's already made, observation from you, Congressman Cleaver, and I take every point you just made. He is the presumptive nominee. He has all the delegates, twice as many delegates as he needs. There is no mechanism absent President Biden deciding to step down to, in a very short order, dislodge him from that path to nominee status. And yet, as Democrats often say, the voice of the people matters. And there's an Associated Press poll that today says 65% of adults surveyed who describe themselves as Democrats say they would prefer President Biden not be the nominee. What does that tell you?
It tells me that we have a lot of work to do. I'm hopefully not wallowing in some kind of field of hiding from the truth. We've got a lot of work to do. The president has a lot of work to do, and we have a short time to get it done. But things can change overnight. Anything can happen. The president may end up getting involved in a 200-yard sprint and win and win the election. But I do think that I understand when a person allows a goal to die, a part of their somebodyness dies. And I think Joe Biden's goal is to win a second term. And I have not seen anything that would suggest that he's moving in that direction. I was one of the first people out on the point for now President Joe Biden. Former secretaries, and a lot of members from Congress were slipping and sliding down the streets of Iowa, not getting very many people in any crowd. And John Kerry and I were on that bus. And one of the biggest rallies we got was at a church in Cedar Rapids. I think we got 22 people. But a few months later, Joe Biden was fighting it out for the election, winning the election. So I'm not ready to just say it's automatic. We're automatically going to lose. I am realistic enough to say that it does not look good. I'm not, I'm not going to pretend that everything is great. It is not. And since you're from my home state, I've got to be straight with you.
Understood. Based on what you've seen in the first 2 days of this Republican convention, do you find issues or points of contrast that can or should be a springboard for President Biden?
Oh, my goodness, yes. I think all of the talk that is going on about the news media lying on President Trump, I keep hoping somebody will say to people who make that comment or issue that statement to start naming the things that the media lied about. I'm at a loss, and I think probably millions of Americans would love to know what the media is lying about, and because that could change people's mind, and Trump's numbers may go up if they say, well, he never said that that people coming across the border were vermin. They could say they could really put a great campaign together saying that the news media is in cahoots with the Democrats, and those of us who've been around know that the news media, unfortunately for us, sometimes is not in anybody's pocket, and that's just one of the things. I mean, those 28 lies are still 28 lies, and calling it the truth is not going to change the fact that it is still a lie.
And Congressman Cleaver, right before I let you go, I would say, if you would be so kind to let me summarize your comments to us today, to fellow Democrats: stop pushing the panic button. It's not working. Is that a fair summary?
That's almost a direct quote.
Because there's no panic button big enough to deal with this situation, and the more panic that you convey as a party to the public, the worse it's going to turn out, if I hear you correctly.
Yes, we're out beating up on a person who is going to be our nominee, and I think the Republicans have exercised a tremendous amount of discipline. They have just allowed Democrats to go out and slap their candidate around. And they'll just wait until after the Democratic convention and then use all the things that Democrats are saying against our nominee, who will be Joe Biden. And I think the best thing for us to do is to come together and start figuring out how we can make big things happen in a short period of time.
Coming to us from the great city of Kansas City, Missouri, Congressman Emanuel Cleaver. Thank you very much, sir.
Good to be with you.
The Republican Party is hoping this convention will, in no small way, help sway black voters in their direction. Our Caitlin Huey-Burns spoke with some voters about who, at this point, they're leaning toward in this presidential race.
So how are you feeling about this election?
A little conflicted, I would say. More than likely, I'll probably vote Democrat, but I'm not 100% sold on Joe Biden and what his plan is right now.
So this election is coming up. Who are you voting for?
I'm undecided right now. I'm still on the fence.
I think this election, you will see the black male vote be the key to move Trump forward. Democrats for so long didn't really care about the black male vote like that because they had the black woman vote. Well, the Republican Party is open for business. Black men, you're welcome.
And what's the pitch?
Well, the pitch is clearly this. For anyone who's a black male, who's a felon or been part of the justice system, Trump did the First Step Act, helped a lot of federal felons who coming out of prison. He also focused a lot on opportunity zones, jobs, and an economy. That's huge right here.
Trump is a rock star. Like, he's relevant. He's one of those people that you could just connect to, especially if you're a blue-collar person. He's the poster American. He's filled with controversy. He's a bully. He's going to speak his mind.
After he was convicted in New York of 34 on 34 felony charges. What was your reaction to that?
I have mixed emotions. I am a felon. I'm a convicted felon myself, and so from a con perspective, it's like, well, how is he still running? You know, like it took me years to be able to vote after I was discharged off of supervision.
I've been covering a lot of efforts that Trump has been making among black men, especially in other states. But in Wisconsin, how critical is that demographic?
It's critical. I mean, all roads for national elections or statewide elections run through Milwaukee. That voting block of black males is crucial. We win the state of Wisconsin, we win the White House.
That does it for me tonight. Stay with us after the break for CBS News special report, live coverage of the Republican National Convention. And join us again tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern for our coverage of the final day of the Republican National Convention right here in Milwaukee. You are streaming America Decides.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, you know, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
This is a CBS News special. America Decides, Campaign 24, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, night 3 of the Republican National Convention, and it is a big night on a full day of breaking news in an election with massive stakes. Tonight, Donald Trump's choice for vice president will introduce himself to the country. Ohio Senator JD Vance is going to take the stage right behind me, what you could call one of the most consequential speeches of his political career. Many people don't know him. Hours ago, former President Trump did a walkthrough ahead of his highly anticipated speech. That's going to be tomorrow night, and it will probably be a long speech. You can see him there sort of getting ready, getting a sense of the stage and the teleprompter and everything there. So the theme tonight, this is night 3, is Make America Strong Once Again. There's a bunch of speeches focusing on what they call America First policies, including energy, security, threats to the economy, threats from China, and border security. And of course, on everyone's mind here is what happened over the weekend, that assassination attempt of Donald Trump. Of course, still a concern, and the president's still wearing that bandage on his ear, and we have some new updates from that investigation. In fact, the FBI and Secret Service briefed lawmakers this afternoon, telling them that the shooter searched online for images of both former President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden. CBS News also learned today that the Secret Service had initiated protective coverage for VP nominee Vance. Now, as for President Biden, he was sidelined from campaigning at this critical moment. President Biden testing positive today. We're told he's experiencing mild symptoms, but a crisis of confidence may be the larger issue for the president tonight. Congressman Adam Schiff is calling for President Biden to drop out of the presidential race, and he is the highest profile Democrat to do so publicly. There is also some reporting tonight from the Senate side. A spokesperson from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling an ABC News report that the leader privately pushed President Biden to drop out of the race, quote, idle speculation. We should note that's not a denial, but they're calling it idle speculation. Now, if that is true about the Senate leader, that would be a remarkable development. Also, want to bring you up to date on some new polling information. Finds 65% of Democrats now agree Mr. Biden should pass the torch. Joining me here is Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa, Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan, and Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. Great to talk to all of you. First, let's talk about everything that's going on here, Margaret Brennan, because tonight really is the introduction of Senator JD Vance, who has spent just about 18 months in the Senate, 39 years old. And while that book was a bestseller for many years, popularized in a Netflix special, a lot of people don't know a lot about this young senator.
You're right. I mean, he's built his image around that childhood growing up in Appalachia, went on to serve in the Marine Corps to help pay the bills in university, went on to Yale University. Very smart. He's viewed as this sort of intellectual heavyweight of the MAGA movement, so to speak, conservative populism. He is not a traditional Republican, and he prides himself on that. So I expect when we hear from him later tonight, we'll hear some of those things. A lot of the things that have defined his time in Congress since 2023 is opposition to aid to Ukraine, opposition to abortion access broadly, opposition to many things, and he is pro-tariffs. He is very much pro-union, calls himself the most pro-union Republican in the U.S. Senate, went to the picket lines months ago with auto workers. So he is very much this new face and new part of the conservative movement.
And Robert Costa, what do we know about what Senator Vance will say tonight?
We have been told that Senator Vance will get up there and underscore his biography, his working roots in Southern Ohio. I just spoke to Chris LaCivita, the top advisor to the Trump campaign, and he told me that he expects Senator Vance to really get ready tonight for the next stage of the campaign. He's going to send Senator Vance to Michigan, to Wisconsin, to Pennsylvania, and essentially have him spend all of his time in those states, because there is a real belief, LaCivita says, if they can run up the score, get the core supporters for former President Trump to come out in those states, they win the White House.
Well, Major Garrett, I wish we had your whiteboard, your big board with you, so we could go through all of the states. But those 3 states, of course, known as the blue wall, that President Biden needs to win in order to win re-election.
And Nora, let's please talk about President Biden for a moment. Typically, when a national party has its convention, the opposition party does some soft counter-programming. What's happening this week, Nora, is a full-blown mini-series with dramatic and important developments, none of them positive for President Biden. Not only the COVID test coming back positive, but Adam Schiff and others continuing to fan the flames that he should not be the standard bearer for the Democratic Party. At this stage of the campaign, when the Biden and Harris re-election campaign thought that that had basically been set to rest a week ago, to have it come back to life so strongly, so visibly, is a reminder that President Biden's hold on the party is not necessarily fragile, but it's not nearly as strong and resolute as it needs to be. And I talked to Democrats today for our coverage on America Decides earlier who say this is not only a distraction, it is preventing the party from aggressively doing the fundamentals of voter registration, voter recruitment, and voter mobilization. You can't do any of those things, Nora, if you don't know who the nominee of the party is going to be. Well, and the uncertainty that hangs over that is part of this Republican story here, because they look at that and say, even more things are moving our direction. Even more momentum is building beneath this party here in Milwaukee.
But is it also a distraction, you know, at a convention like this where a lot of charges are being thrown at the Biden administration, accusations, some factual, some not, about Biden's record, that there is no strong counter-argument because the Democratic Party is so wrapped up on whether Joe Biden is going to be their eventual nominee?
Right, the first question, or the third question, second, third, and fourth question to any Democratic surrogate or someone representing the Biden-Harris re-election campaign is about this future of Biden drama, not about refuting or reacting or dealing with some of the things being said here in Milwaukee, which would be the typical thing the opposition party would do. Argue back strongly, have some counter-programming. There is almost no space for that counter-programming because of this ongoing Biden drama.
You can hear some of the loud cheers behind us, and that is because Texas Governor Greg Abbott is set to, well, is on the stage now. Let's listen in.
As governor of the largest border state, the great state of Texas, I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border. America needs Donald J. Trump. The president's most sacred duty is to secure our country. Donald Trump fulfilled that duty by eliminating illegal immigration. Under President Trump, we had the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades. By contrast, however, Joe Biden deserted his duty. On his first day in office, he gutted President Trump's policies. And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed. Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally. That's more than the entire population of Michigan. It's twice the population of Wisconsin. Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even terrorists. And the price that we have paid has been deadly. Among the many victims was 12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas, raped and murdered by 2 illegal immigrants. She's one of thousands whose lives have been destroyed by Joe Biden's open border policies. To make matters even worse, Biden is even fighting tooth and nail to stop Texas and other Republican states from securing our own borders. I deployed thousands of National Guard soldiers to build hundreds of miles of razor wire barriers. Give it up for our National Guard. They built those barriers to stop illegal crossings. When Joe Biden ordered to cut that razor wire, I ordered the National Guard to triple the razor wire on the border. When Biden took 50 acres of Texas border property to illegally process up to 5,000 illegal immigrants a day, I directed the Texas National Guard to take back our land and wire it shut. Now, there's no longer 5,000 people crossing the border like there was under Joe Biden. Now that the National Guard wired that shut, on average, there is one illegal immigrant crossing the border at that location a day. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even come to Texas and to see the border crisis that they created, I took the border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C. And we have continued busing migrants to sanctuary cities across the entire country. And those buses will continue to roll until we finally secure our border. Fortunately, I see hope on the horizon, because on November the 5th, Joe Biden will be fired. And Donald Trump will once again become the President of the United States of America. He will enforce the immigration laws. He will fight the Mexican drug cartels. And he will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars. Or send them back. It is time to restore order at the border. It is time to rid our streets of crime and chaos. It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as President of the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott noting, of course, that the state of Texas has the largest border with Mexico. Just a little fact-checking there. Major, I'll start with you. The governor claimed that Trump eliminated all illegal immigration.
So illegal immigration during COVID went down because there was almost no movement toward the southern border. In 2019, before COVID, 1 million documented crossings illegally of the U.S. southern border. 1 million. Is that lower than President Biden's highest number on an annual basis of 2.4 million? Yes, it is. But to say he eliminated it is completely false. COVID was an unusual circumstance across the board. The unusual circumstances also affected human migration. It came to almost a complete stop. Also, former President Trump used a public health measure called Title 42, which assisted in efforts to seal the border during COVID. President Biden, to much consternation within his party, kept Title 42 for a considerable amount of his presidency, lifting it only relatively recently. Yes, he lifted other restrictions, but he kept that one, which was potent and useful on securing the border. Are Biden's numbers higher than Trump's? Unquestionably. But to argue with a straight face that former President Trump eliminated illegal border crossings is 100% false.
One of the things that Title 42 did, and one of the reasons why President Biden kept it on, is it was convenient. The hard thing is that it allowed for the denial, essentially, of the ability to claim asylum, a human right under international law, that when you come and claim you have grounds of persecution, you are afforded at least a day in court to hear that out. And if you want to stop it, you have to change U.S. law. You cannot change U.S. law with an executive order. And that is why, on day one, President Biden was able to undo most of what Donald Trump did, because Donald Trump was unable to get major legislation on the border or most things. He did get major tax reform done.
The truth is that the solution to massive illegal immigration is Congress acting and passing new laws that the president would then sign into action that would reform the system. And that has not happened, despite which was a very tough bipartisan proposal that was ultimately killed at the last moment at the behest of Donald Trump just last round. Democrats and Republicans bear equal responsibility over the past couple of decades, but most recently, there was a bipartisan effort to try and take a tougher look at this. Thank you for clarifying and fact-checking all that. We appreciate it. Let's bring in CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel. He's on the convention floor. Tony?
Nora, good evening. Every single evening this week, the Republican National Convention is printing signs for delegates and attendees to wave. And tonight's sign is very revealing of where the party is right now. It says, mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. That is the kind of policy that is alarming, even cruel, even un-American to folks on the left. And that is the intended effect. Someone I spoke to just a moment ago said it's going to make heads explode. And you may wonder, is that where the Republican Party is today? I did a little digging. I can tell you from my reporting during the primary season talking to voters, the answer is absolutely yes. And the answer from pollsters is absolutely yes. 3 out of 4 Republicans want immigration to decline in America, and they believe that immigration brings in drugs, brings in crime, and makes the economy worse, even, quote, reduces social and moral values. On top of that, a full 80% of Republicans, according to CBS News' own polling, agree with Donald Trump when he says that illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of the country, one of his most explosive phrases. When you think about the journey that the Republican Party has taken from the party of George W. Bush and his efforts to reform immigration in this country, some of his primetime addresses about America's history as a country of immigrants, to where we are now, it is quite a journey, and something we'll be chewing over not only this evening, but I think for years to come.
It's a good point, Tony DeCopel. Thank you so much. And many of us covered the George W. Bush presidency. I recently went down to his ranch down in Texas, where he has migrant workers working on his ranch right now because he has a tree farm there. And he talked about the need for more asylum judges. He talked about as a compassionate conservative where he ran. And I just wanted to, on that note, the George W. Bush Institute is in Dallas, and they have an expert there. Her name is Laura Collins. She's an immigration expert, and she said in order to deport some estimated 11 million immigrants in this family, illegal immigrants or migrants, it would be complicated and an expensive thing to do. It would cost billions of dollars. It would probably take 20 years, and it would cause the economy to shrink.
Absolutely, Nora. And this is, when we talk about complicated doesn't make for a nice bumper sticker during a campaign year, but that's what the reality is here. When we were down at the border in January with Face the Nation and talked to some of these agents and went through the federal facilities, it was very clear that they don't have the ability to even execute what is being called for here in terms of mass deportation. There aren't the beds, there isn't the funding. Then you get into who do you define in terms of those to expel? Do you separate families? Does the child who was born here get separated from his parent who entered illegally? It's very thorny. And that's why I thought it is interesting that we have Donald Trump and JD Vance, who doesn't have a lot of legislative experience yet, talking about changing the border. Are they actually going to be able to change the laws that affect the border the most, get those resources to those agents to even do what they're promising they would do?
I want to go now to senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who is down on the convention floor. Good evening, Ed.
Nora, welcome to night 3. Margaret, welcome to the party here in Milwaukee. We're going to spend most of our evening here in Ohio as they look ahead to later tonight when their Senator JD Vance becomes the vice presidential nominee. Last time a guy from Ohio served as vice president was Charles Dawes for Calvin Coolidge starting in 1925. So 100 years later, we'll see. There might be another Buckeye State guy serving as vice president. Talking to Ohio Republicans about who he is and what he's going to bring to the National Republican Party. Janet Creighton is one of those delegates from Hall of Fame City, Canton, Ohio. What does the rest of the country need to know about J.D. Vance?
J.D. Vance is a natural leader. J.D. Vance not only is an attorney, a writer, he's a leader, served in the military. We're so proud to have the first Marine veteran running on this ticket. You know, every president needs a great quarterback. He's a great quarterback, the president. He's a great backup.
You are true to form there from Canton, Ohio, keeping the football themes alive. You said you've been to 7 of these conventions?
I have been to 7 conventions.
1996 in San Diego was your first, you said?
That is correct.
All right. Another buddy of the senator is Mike Gonadakis. Yeah. You got to know him back in 2022 when he was running, right?
That's correct. Ohio Right to Life, we endorsed only him in that race. There was 8 candidates, and we've traveled all 88 counties in Ohio, got to know him. He's one of us. Look, he's from a rural, poor community, and he grew up not in a country club environment, but just like us, he emulates what it means to be a Buckeye, what it means to be a middle American, and here he is. And you know, the old saying, if you work hard enough, maybe you can be president too someday. And here he is as our vice president nominee.
You've traveled with him a bit, and you said you've traveled with his family too.
Yeah.
What should we know about his wife?
The most amazing thing is they're normal, everyday people. Like middle America, you know, Ohio's a Midwestern state with Midwestern values, and that is J.D. Vance and his family in a nutshell right there. They're the greatest people you ever want to meet.
Okay, let's say he becomes, Janet, let's say he becomes vice president. Who should replace him in the Senate? Do we want to stir that pot?
Let's win first.
Okay, fair enough. Nora? Back up to you.
All right, Ed O'Keefe stirring the pot down there. Thank you. Want to bring in Chief Political Analyst John Dickerson. And John, this night is a lot about Senator J.D. Vance, who has been in the Senate for, as I mentioned earlier, just a year and a half. Talk about the evolution of J.D. Vance.
Well, it's striking, the evolution of J.D. Vance. I mean, one thing to think about, J.D. Vance, there's been an evolution, particularly with respect to his view about Donald Trump and the pitch he will make to the conventioneers this evening. We've had situations where vice presidents have come on the ticket. 4 presidents that they've attacked in the primaries. Of course, J.D. Vance didn't run against Donald Trump, but everything from Herbert Walker Bush, who talked about voodoo economics and then went and was the vice president for President Reagan. Kamala Harris made a very direct personal attack on Joe Biden during a debate about his sensitivity to race. We've seen it before. But J.D. Vance will appeal to voters and to the country with his special background and say, I have a unique insight into the people who come from different parts of the country and don't have all of the advantages. He will rely on that special insight to say, that's why you should vote for Donald Trump. But when he was criticizing Donald Trump as voluminously as he did, he also relied on that special insight. He said, I know and care about this part of the country, and he's trying to hoodwink that part of the country. He is not genuine in his care for that part of the country. So that's a way in which what he will appeal to and rely on tonight, it's not just that he said mean things about Donald Trump. He relied on the very same thing he will rely on tonight in his previous criticisms. Now he's saying he has that special insight, and that's why voters should vote for Donald Trump, because he has their interests in mind. That is quite a journey.
John Dickerson, thank you. I want to bring in CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns, who is at the podium. And Caitlin, what have you seen tonight?
Hey, Nora, good to be with you. So I'm at the podium position, which is to the right of the stage. And speaking right now is the mayor of East Palestine, Ohio. Our viewers may remember that was the site of that train derailment back last year. That happened about a month into J.D. Vance's tenure as senator. And he went there and spent a lot of time in that community and also went there with Donald Trump. And that was an issue that really highlighted the kind of populism and kind of forgotten areas of the country. But Nora, it's also important to note that there's another part of JD Vance's identity, and that is a connection to Silicon Valley. He worked for Peter Thiel, and he has been instrumental in this particular campaign in bringing Silicon Valley money over to Donald Trump's side and kind of convincing those big money donors like David Sachs to support Donald Trump. He was one of the top fundraisers, JD Vance was, for Donald Trump, and that's another part of his story to consider.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, we will check back in with you in just a moment. Want to hear now from North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, who is addressing delegates and supporters here. Let's listen.
After 4 p.m. in D.C., so how about one more time loud enough to wake up Joe Biden? Who will make America energy dominant? That's right, because when President Trump unleashes American energy, we unleash American prosperity, and we ensure our national security. Serving as a governor with President Trump was like having a beautiful breeze at our back. He cut taxes and he cut red tape. Serving as a governor under Joe Biden has been like a gale force wind in our face. Biden's war on energy hurts every American because the cost of energy is in everything we use or touch every day. Biden's red tape has raised the price of the gas in your car, the cost of food on your table, the clothes on your back, and it's even raised your rent. Biden's green agenda feels like it was written by China, Russia, and Iran. Let's look at Biden's EV mandates. Where do nearly all the batteries and rare earth minerals come from? China, you know. And the day that Biden halted permits for clean U.S. natural gas export facilities, just think about the party they must have thrown that night at the Kremlin. Because Biden's policies are making Russia and Iran filthy rich. And they're using that money to fund wars and terrorism against our allies. At home, Biden is acting like a dictator. He's using mandates to shut down reliable baseload electricity. That's why your electric bills have soared upwards as our nation's electric grid reliability spirals downward. 4 more years of Joe will usher an era of Biden brownouts and blackouts. Imagine no electricity for your fridge, your lights, or air conditioning. President Trump will ensure that there is power for you, and importantly, that we have the power as the United States to beat China in the AI arms race. Unleashing American energy dominance is our path back to prosperity and peace through strength. Teddy Roosevelt encouraged America to speak softly and carry a big stick. Energy dominance will be the big stick that President Trump will carry. Yes, President Trump will make sure that America is selling energy to our allies versus buying it from our adversaries. Innovation has always been the source of American greatness, and President Trump champions innovation over regulation. Last year, over that whole year, my wife Catherine and I traveled all across America. As all of you know, it's rural America that feeds the world, that fuels the world, and defends the world. Small towns with a huge impact, and rural America is Trump country. In North Dakota, we know one thing for sure because we've seen him do it, and that's that the hardest working president in American history is Donald J. Trump. President Trump cares deeply about every American, rig workers, truck drivers, roughnecks, and yes, America's great farmers and ranchers. President Trump cares deeply about you. We know that he'll fight for us, he'll fight for our families, and we know one more thing. He'll let all of you keep driving your gas-powered cars. When President Trump unleashes energy dominance, he will make America affordable again. He will make America strong again. And when President Donald J. Trump and JD Vance together, they will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former counselor to President Donald J. Trump, Kellyanne Conway.
Good evening, Patriots. 8 years ago, Donald Trump shocked the system and defied the doubters to become the 45th president of the United States. He didn't want fortune or fame, power and position. He already had all of that. Donald Trump and his family made enormous sacrifices to run and to serve as president. He didn't need to do it. He wanted to do it. My relationship with Mr. Trump was forged under fire in a foxhole in 2016 after he asked me to be his campaign manager. We had no idea that he was making history as the first successful presidential nominee ever to tap a woman to lead a campaign. But that was a natural for Donald J. Trump. He had elevated women in New York real estate decades before when few people would. One morning, I was in an early senior staff meeting in the White House, and as I glanced around the table, something caught my eye. In that meeting were Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Mercedes Schlapp, Brooke Rollins, Ivanka Trump, and me. I soon realized that among us, we have 19 children. At the time, ages 2 through 16. Show me a C-suite in America where 5 working moms of 19 young children could have the highest rank in the company and work alongside the president. In the Trump White House, we lived it. Sure, he saw something in me and the other working moms that perhaps we did not see in ourselves. But more importantly, he sees what's best and what's possible for millions of decent, hardworking Americans. Now, 8 years later, he and his family have made the sacrifice again for him to run and serve as president. Donald Trump could be the envy of former presidents. He's a billionaire who could play golf every day at his own golf courses. He can enjoy a magnificent life with his incredible 5 children, his 10 amazing grandchildren, and that extraordinary, elegant, beautiful, brilliant wife. The former and future First Lady, Melania Trump. He does not need to do this, but we need him to do this. How often do we hear, "I want Trump's policies without Trump's personality"? Well, good luck with that. We don't get those policies without that personality. Taking out al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, ending the ISIS caliphate, recalibrating trade deals, restoring sanity, growth, and fairness in our economy, making our southern border more secure and sovereign, supporting school choice, protecting life, respecting workers, backing our blue, our military, and our border patrol. You get that through strength and toughness. Weakness emboldens our adversaries, enables failure, and empowers evil. The answer to weakness is strength. The antidote to division is unity. And the alternative to failure and incompetence, to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, is to send them packing and send Donald Trump and JD Vance to the White House. If you know someone who is skeptical about the Republican Party or who is cynical about politics, don't dismiss them. Talk to them. We win through addition, not division. In Donald Trump's Republican Party, everyone is welcome. Yes. We have been called deplorable, irredeemable, mega-MAGA extremists, and worse. But Donald Trump sees you for who you are. You love your God, you love your family, and you love your country. In 2024, there should be no more hidden, undercover Trump voters. It's time to put that flag on your front porch, that red hat on your head, because we don't cave and we don't cower and we do not capitulate. Instead, we get up, we show up, we stand up, and we speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your movement. This is your moment. And this is the man I know and the president we need for 4 more years. He picks the toughest fights and wins. He has stood by me, and he will always stand up for you. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Kellyanne Conway, who was the first female campaign manager for a successful Republican ticket. We're going to continue to follow this third night of the Republican National Convention. Coming up, the state of the race with our polling guru, Anthony Salvanto. This is CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back here to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Night 3 of the Republican National Convention. It is a big night. We were expecting to hear more from Donald Trump's vice presidential pick later. But right now, let's go to CBS's Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, with a look at the state of the race. Good evening, Anthony.
Good evening, Nora. Great to talk to you. Look, the state of the race, very simply, is edge Donald Trump. Here's what I mean. He's got a lead across the battleground states. Those are the ones you were all just talking about. The closest state's the one that'll decide it. I'll pull out a few of them right here in our estimates. He's got a lead in that blue wall we talk about. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, all with Trump edges. Now, 2 reasons why, among many. First one, the increasing number of people who think that Joe Biden doesn't have the mental and physical health to serve. When they don't think he does, Donald Trump wins their votes. And the second part is purely pocketbook, Nora. I'm going to show you this. Would your finances be better off if Donald Trump wins? Yeah, 46% think that. If Joe Biden wins, only 21% think that. So that's been a theme throughout this campaign. And I'm going to show you one more thing, which kind of tees up tonight. And that is differences within the Republican Party on foreign policy, because it's not all unified on this. And this is important. Thinking that the U.S. should not get involved overseas. Look at these age breaks within the Republican Party. You've got younger Republicans who are much more likely to say the U.S. shouldn't get involved than older Republicans are. And I think that defines an important difference. These older Republicans over age 50, they remember the Cold War. They tell us they remember Ronald Reagan won the Cold War. And this is a little bit of a reminder, it's not Ronald Reagan's party anymore, it's Donald Trump's, Nora.
And just a caveat, Anthony, a lot of this polling, the state-by-state polling, that does not reflect yet what happened on Saturday or here at the convention, correct?
It does not, and I'm glad you raised that. I think that in a couple of days, maybe a shorter period of time than that even, we will be able to measure some of the impact of the tragic events on Saturday, and then after the convention, whether or not there's any quote-unquote bump out of that. So those are all things to sort of stay tuned for, and I'll tease more CBS polling, which will be out there soon enough.
I know. Usually have it on Face the Nation with Margaret. Always look forward to it. Anthony Salvanto, thank you so much. This week is all about the Republican Party, but there's also quite a bit of news on the other side of the aisle. We're learning today President Biden testing positive for COVID just hours ago, and there's growing pressure for him to drop out of the presidential race tonight with warnings from top Democrats. Let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian. She is in Washington. Nicole, help us out here, because there has been some reporting that Chuck Schumer, who is the Democratic leader in the Senate, that he had a conversation with Joe Biden. What do we know? Did he ask Joe Biden to bow out of the race?
Well, a spokesperson for Leader Schumer says that this is just idle speculation and says that the leader simply conveyed the concerns of his caucus to the president. And that is our basic understanding of some of these conversations that have taken place. We obviously know that Leader Schumer met with President Biden at his Rehoboth home over the weekend. Prior to that, Leader Hakeem Jeffries in the House also met privately with the president at the White House. After that meeting, Jeffries released a letter to his members saying that he expressed the full breadth of insight, heartfelt perspectives, and conclusions about the path forward. Tonight, his office insisting that that letter still speaks for itself and says that this was a private conversation.
And so, Nicole, what's your sense, though, whether they specifically asked the president to bow out of the race or just conveyed the feelings of the members? What are the feelings of many of the Democratic lawmakers?
Well, I think to that point, we know that congressional Democrats remain fractured. I mean, just today, you had California Congressman Adam Schiff become the latest congressional Democrat to call on the president to withdraw from this race, saying that he has serious concerns about the president's ability to beat former President Donald Trump in November, and that it is time for him to pass the torch. And that is pretty significant. He's certainly one of the most prominent Democrats to come out to date. We're now up to nearly 24 Democrats who have expressed their concerns. And even though Democrats kind of tamped down their criticism of the president in the wake of that assassination attempt against former President Trump, we are starting to see some of those concerns bubble up again to the surface this week.
Nicole Killian, thank you so much for that reporting. Want to bring in John Dickerson. And John, who do you think in the Democratic Party could go to Joe Biden and say, look, we're reaching a boiling point?
Well, one of the hands at work here is, of course, Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi, and a lot of people see her behind Congressman Adam Schiff's announcement today. He's running for Senate in California, and I happened to talk to Susan Page of USA Today, who is Nancy Pelosi's biographer, and she reminded me again what we all know, which is while Nancy Pelosi has affection for President Biden, as Susan put it, Nancy Pelosi is not sentimental when it comes to politics, and she knows how to count votes, and particularly she knows about the status of those House members and how they will do in those tight districts. So she is working behind the scenes. And in terms of who could actually go to the president, I think it's going to have to be somebody in the family. But the tonnage of people coming from the money side saying the money might dry up, these public daily almost announcements, and then leaders in Congress, are going to inch it along to a realization that the family may have to draw a conclusion that there's no other way.
John Dickerson, thank you. And Margaret Brennan, any indication that Speaker Emeritus Pelosi has had that conversation with the president?
Well, we know that she and Leader Schumer have had some conversations, but whether that is you must step aside is not what we are reporting at this moment. She is nodding to Democrats to speak their mind. And those who have, particularly in the new Democratic caucus meeting that happened on Saturday, were very clear with the president that they think they will lose.
Very quickly, a source close to Speaker Pelosi said she was not briefed on Congressman Schiff publishing that op-ed calling for President Biden to drop out. And the White House is pushing back tonight behind the scenes. My top sources there say the president told Leader Schumer, and he's told others he is the nominee. That's the status of those in Biden's inner circle. Of course, there's a lot of movement in these discussions.
This is quite a story. This is quite a story. We're going to have more reporting in just a moment. But up next, Kimberly Guilfoyle. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes. Did you ever have these problems before the derailment? No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention. It is night 3 and a big night for Donald Trump's running mate, Senator JD Vance, who is expected to speak shortly. He will be introduced by his wife, Usha Vance, a well-regarded attorney in her own right. They met at Yale Law School. We're looking now at pictures of Donald Trump Jr. He is there in the family box, and we will shortly see the former president walk into this arena. They always play some rousing music, and he will come in, and then we are going to hear from Kimberly Guilfoyle. She is the fiancée of Donald Trump Jr. They've been dating since 2020. Before that, she was in Republican politics, but before that, she was married to the current governor of California, Gavin Newsom. So let's talk about tonight and some of the speeches that we'll hear, because I think one of the big ones that we're waiting for is JD Vance, and it will be interesting also to hear from his wife, who is largely unknown.
So let's pick up on JD Vance very quickly, Nora. One of the things that Margaret was talking about earlier was this general Trumpist approach to regulation. Regulation is bad. But after East Palestine, Ohio, what did JD Vance do? Among his most important legislative achievements, possibly his only legislative achievement, is writing a Rail Safety Act. Essentially
Still not law.
Still not law, but writing it, trying to at least introduce it, getting bipartisan support for it, to essentially say that railroads don't have enough regulation, that there are not enough safety protocols, and that corporate America, as evidenced by that rail derailment at Norfolk Southern, isn't responsive either to communities or to those they harm if their trains go off the tracks. So that is JD Vance saying, yes, government does have a role. Regulations do matter. Safety does matter. And that is part and parcel of what Margaret has often talked about as this kind of neo-protectionist or neo-regulatory approach that JD Vance has, that is neither traditional Republican nor perfectly in line with President Trump's policies when he was in office.
And it's so interesting, some of the things Major and I were talking about this earlier, the things he's chosen to really trumpet, like what Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, did with seizing state control of universities and putting them in a foundation run by his cronies. He was on Face the Nation with me, and I said, why are you praising this as a view of American conservative point of view? Federal control of education and the institutions themselves and all the money that goes with it. And he just brings it back to this idea of railing against progressive liberalism, and American universities, even though he graduated from one of the very top in the country, from Yale, is somehow at odds with what America's supposed to be.
Let's listen now to the crowd. Former president entering on this third night to a song by James Brown. It's a man's world.
As if it were, and the former president entering, as he does every night, as if it were a UFC fight, walking down the hallway, the long walk out to It's a Man's World. This sort of muscular male framing is something he does quite a lot in representing his peace through strength point of view.
Notable there, you can see former President Trump sitting next to Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, a member of the business community before he got into politics. Many CEOs, business leaders around the country have concern about Senator JD Vance, some of his policy positions for tougher regulations of major mergers at corporations. So to have Youngkin there tonight next to Trump shows that it's not just all about populist positions on economics. There's room for Governor Youngkin and his types as well.
And now here, Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Like you, I have spent much of my time the last few days in prayer. And I know that God has put an armor of protection over Donald Trump. we are all reminded that love for our nation and the beauty of life itself transcends all hatred and political divisions. I stand before you tonight more convinced than ever. This is the most important election in our lifetime. This election will decide the fate of our great nation. And that is why we must elect President Donald John Trump. This is not just a choice between Republicans and Democrats. This is a choice between safety or chaos, wealth or poverty, national sovereignty or open borders. This election is a choice between Joe Biden's vision for American weakness and Donald Trump's vision of American greatness. Donald Trump will once again make our country strong, safe, and prosperous. He will make America feared by our adversaries and respected by our friends. And most importantly, he will always put America first. After 4 years of Joe Biden's disastrous America Last agenda, our country is more dangerous, vulnerable, and impoverished than anyone had thought possible. President Trump handed Biden a booming economy and a strong nation. All Joe had to do was leave it alone and take a nap. But Joe just couldn't help himself. Joe Biden cannot lead America. He cannot even lead himself off a stage. Now Americans are drowning in inflation. Insanity spreads like a cancer in our schools. We are closer to World War III than any time in my life. And we are facing an unprecedented invasion of millions of illegal aliens across our southern border. Rioters and looters go free, while Biden and the Democrats persecute American heroes like Donald Trump. Tens of millions of Americans are made to feel like enemies in our own country. An enemy for wanting to defend our border, for not wanting our children indoctrinated in school, for not wanting to erase our history, for praying to our God, saying what we think, and fighting for what we believe. It is no wonder that the heroes who stormed the beaches of Normandy and faced down communism sadly say they don't recognize our country anymore. This is not an accident. The powerful elites in the swamp will say anything to crush and destroy the America First movement. But we will never give up, and neither will Donald J. Trump. I know I speak for patriots everywhere when I say we are fed up. We are outraged about sex trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. We are fed up with the forever wars. We are done being told by the radical left to sit down, shut up, and obey. The Democrat vision for America is governed by fear, hatred, and political oppression. Our vision is defined by a love of our country, love for our fellow citizens, and our love of freedom. In our secure the southern border and deport the violent criminal aliens once and for all. In our vision, America will combat foreign aggressors and ensure our service members are protected, not abandoned, as they carry out their dangerous missions abroad. Because we know we can only have peace through strength. We will restore an era of national pride where freedom of speech is respected and cancel culture is ended. Where high school girls only compete with other girls, not biological men. Where struggling cities never put criminal illegal aliens above our heroic veterans and brave law enforcement. Where our streets are not ruled by gangs and rioters, but governed by law and order. Where students are freed from failing schools and corrupt teachers' unions through universal school choice. Where our most sacred institutions are not weaponized against political opponents, but are fair, equal, and just. And where we teach our children to love our country, learn our history, and respect our American flag. I believe in America. I believe in our freedom and liberty. And I believe in Donald John Trump. And I want Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the radical Democrats to know this. We will not be bullied into obedience. We will not cower in silence. We will fight for America because we love America. I stand before you as a working mother, a former prosecutor, a Catholic, and a proud Latina. I know personally what every American has now seen with their own eyes. I know the measure of the man that stands before us. Donald Trump will never stop fighting for you. So join me in voting for Donald J. Trump for president again. Victory is in our sights. America's future is in our hands. America's destiny is in our control. And America's prosperity is in our hearts and souls. America, this is your moment. Will you stand for President Trump? Rise up! Rise up! Ladies and gentlemen, lovers of liberty and freedom and the American dream, this is our last chance to make America great again. God bless you. God bless President Trump, and may God bless America.
And that was Kimberly Guilfoyle with a stem winder that brought the crowd to their feet. She was remembered during COVID in the 2020 convention delivering a stem winder as well that really became a meme in some ways, too. She is a fierce defender of the president and married to his namesake, his son, who also holds the same namesake. And who is the former president talking to there?
We see Senator Rubio next to former President Trump, Governor Youngkin, Speaker Johnson, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert of Colorado.
Is that...
And Speaker Johnson there. Of course, the former president extends invitation to different lawmakers and others to come join him at different points during the evening. Let's go to Tony DeCopel of CBS Mornings. He's down on the convention floor. Tony?
Nora, I've got two gentlemen here from the state of Iowa. We've just been chatting with them to clear up one of the, I think, the key mysteries that folks may have out there. They wonder why so many states that are hundreds of miles, even more than 1,000 miles from the border, now care so much on the Republican side about immigration and border security. These guys are going to clear this up for us. So why is the border such an issue for folks in Iowa, of all places?
I think the biggest thing that's impacting Iowa with the illegals coming over is the transportation of fentanyl. We have communities that are being decimated by fentanyl deaths and overdoses. And we know that it's all coming through the open borders via China, through the southern border. So that's probably the biggest impact that it's having on Iowa.
So for you, it's drugs. What about you, sir?
Well, like I said earlier, nobody really cared when it was just Texas, Florida, New Mexico, Arizona. But then when the governors started busing and flying people into places like New York, Chicago, areas like that, all of a sudden they've seen the devastation and their economies ruined and the billions of dollars that are spent housing the illegals. Republicans, we love legal immigration. Come to the United States, join us, become part of our country, and work alongside of us, and we're great with that. But come here legally. Come here the way you should, the way so many others do. That is what I think is going on.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Nora, I'll send it back to you on that note of clarity from these two Republicans from Iowa, why every state in their view has become a border state. And we can see the effects, the knock-on effects of the policies and maneuvers of Ron DeSantis in Florida and Greg Abbott in Texas, decisions to bus and even fly people from their states to other states in order to make this a big issue in every state.
Tony DeCopel, thank you so much. One of those other cities I think people have heard about, certainly New York, Chicago, Martha's Vineyard, which we heard Ron DeSantis talk about last night. But Denver is actually one of the top cities that gets migrants as well, bused to them.
Indeed, and it has illustrated what border communities had said for many years, that we are overstressed, our resources are taxed beyond our local limits to respond, and they raised money privately to hire these buses, to move them to other cities, and other cities became aware of what border communities had long said. That is all real, and that is all true, Nora. One quick point about fentanyl. Trump administration statistics, Biden administration statistics agree on this. Most fentanyl enters our country through ports of entry, not on the backs of people who cross the border in non-places of port of entry. That means it is a kind of an industrial-grade importation run by cartels, no question about it, but it comes through ports of entry. And there are all sorts of efforts to intensify scrutiny of what crosses ports of entry, but that's how most fentanyl gets into this country.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but as part of this bipartisan immigration bill that was killed in part by Donald Trump, it included in that some screening at the border, because as this fentanyl comes through these legal ports of entry, there's been a lot of talk about technology that could be employed. The Department of Homeland Security has some of that technology. It's like a X-ray into a truck is the easiest way to describe it, am I right? And that there was an effort to try and use more of that, fund more of that. And because this bipartisan bill was not approved by Congress, that will not be funded, it will not exist, and that continues to allow the fentanyl to flow through the borders.
Precisely. And there's one thing I also want to that point about fentanyl and the two gentlemen that Tony just talked to. When I was in Iowa for the caucuses, it had been very recently that former President Trump had used that phrase, poisoning the blood of America. Very inflammatory rhetoric. Republicans there had already translated it for themselves in a benign way, Nora. They said what he really means is not that thing that talks about Hitler or Nazis or authoritarians. What he meant is it's poisoning the blood of America through fentanyl. They had translated this in a softer, more benign way on their own. Former President Trump didn't even say that. They developed a political space and rationale that allowed them to look at that rhetoric and say, I'm not alarmed by it. I know exactly what he's talking about, and it makes sense to me. That kind of connection and that kind of retranslation of Trump is something you will find among Trump supporters and Republicans across this country.
And Margaret, I know you're going to add something to this, but I ask you this because you know so much about foreign policy, and these issues are so complex. It is not just fentanyl, as you said, on the back of someone running across the border. One of the things that the Biden administration does bear some responsibility for is when Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan and angered the Chinese. They then opened up some of the continued shipments of these precursor chemicals to Mexico. Since there was that lack of coordination and diplomatic activity between the United States and China, which has since been fixed, and once they got talking again, the Chinese agreed to decrease the amount of those precursor chemicals that are used to make fentanyl that went to Mexico. You're the expert, but that's, am I right?
Yeah, you are correct. There were a few other factors in there too, the spy balloon, the rest of the escalation. But the Chinese state is accused by the United States government, including FBI director, of being able to turn this on and turn it off. What they say officially is these are corporations shipping to Mexico chemicals that are then used. And by the way, fentanyl does have medicinal uses in hospital settings, but as you know, it is being used by the cartels. The one point I was going to add on to what you were saying, Major, was I do think on the broader policy position, it is worth noting that this is a hemisphere-wide migration crisis. Policy is part of it, but the circumstances people are fleeing from are a massive problem, whether it's Venezuela and a wrecked economy, and you can blame sanctions for it, or you could blame a completely, a dictator who is not putting in policies.
A near-failed state.
A near-failed state. So there are reasons people are fleeing these countries. The argument made here is somehow they wouldn't be able to make it to the border if Trump were in office. And by the way, if you actually want that to be true, you need the Mexican government to work with you. And that's where the Biden administration gets stuck, because the easy argument that the Speaker of the House, for example, who's here tonight in the president's box, would say is just adopt all the old Trump policies. And the Biden administration says, well, we can't do that because we need Mexico to work with us. So we can't just push all migrants back towards them. We need them to implement some of these other things, including fentanyl.
Bottom line, immigration is one of the top issues. And just to get some of the polling on that, let's bring back in Anthony Salvanto. Anthony?
Hi, Nora. It's a very top issue for Republicans. And to pick up on what Margaret just said, when people think that people trying to immigrate to the U.S. are fleeing difficult conditions, then they're much more likely to approve of giving them asylum or taking them in. But if they think they're coming to cause problems, then they want the border closed. And let me point to this. We asked straight out, would you favor a program to deport all undocumented immigrants? It's obviously been a topic of discussion there. Big numbers. 88% of Republicans say they would favor that in principle. Now, of course, there's policy details in this that people aren't going to grapple with right away. But that's the big premise. And then the other part of this, too, is let's look at that factor among Republicans in your vote for president. It's a majority for all voters, but again, giant numbers among Republicans at 84% saying that's a factor. And the larger issue here, what do Americans do for U.S. society? This actually splits Republicans a little bit. It's 2/3 who say worse overall, but the rest of them to say better and no effect. That represents a little bit of division in the party there, Nora.
Really interesting. Anthony Salvanto, thank you. Ahead, we'll hear from Gold Star families. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party? Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to the third night of the Republican convention. Tonight's theme is Make America Strong Again. There has been a focus on foreign policy and the military tonight. One of the big speakers, or the big keynote speakers, is Donald Trump's running mate, JD Vance, who will be introduced by his wife, Usha Vance. We're also going to hear at the top of the hour from Donald Trump Jr., whose influence continues to grow in his father's orbit, was very influential in terms of encouraging his father to give JD Vance that nod to be his vice presidential pick, a 39-year-old considered the next generation of the MAGA movement, and is very close not only with Donald Trump Jr., but also Eric Trump and Tucker Carlson. How would you describe the family influence?
Donald Trump Jr.'s influence is perhaps bigger than any senator, any congressperson. He is close to Senator Vance. And what's notable here, walking around the convention floor today, a lot of these core supporters of former President Trump, they already know Senator Vance. He's on the podcast. He's on social media. He's on conservative talk shows. He's a presence. The big question I have tonight as a reporter is, can he go beyond that Trump coalition? Can he introduce himself to Republicans nationwide who are a little bit more traditional? Can he introduce himself to the country more broadly and say, here's my background, here's my upbringing in Southern Ohio? Or will this be more of a hard-hitting speech against President Biden?
The next speakers tonight are two Gold Star families. Cheryl Jules and Christy Shamblin lost their niece and daughter-in-law, Marine Corps Sergeant Nicole Gee. Herman and Alicia Lopez lost their son, Marine Corps Colonel Hunter Lopez.
I'm Christy Shamblin. My daughter-in-law, Sergeant Nicole Leanne G. Was a United States Marine, and she was killed at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, alongside 12 of her brothers and sister-in-arms. While Joe Biden has refused to recognize their sacrifice, Donald Trump spent 6 hours in Bedminster with us. He allowed us to grieve. He allowed us to remember our heroes. Donald Trump knew all of our children's names. He knew their stories, and he spoke to us in a way that made us feel understood, like he knew our kids. Donald Trump carried the weight for a few hours with me. Yeah. And for the first time since Nicole's death, I felt I wasn't alone in my grief. Thank you. I had expected to meet an arrogant politician. Instead, I met a man who had empathy for us. He was compassionate, and he spent time with us because he knew it would make us feel better. Thank you, President Trump.
I'm Cheryl Jules, Nicole's aunt. Joe Biden said the withdrawal from Afghanistan was an extraordinary success. An extraordinary success. Look at our faces. Look at our pain and our heartbreak. And look at our rage. That was not an extraordinary success. The humiliation of our nation was not an extraordinary success. Joe Biden may have forgotten that our children died, but we have not forgotten. Donald Trump has not forgotten. Joe Biden owes the men and women that served in Afghanistan a debt of gratitude and an apology. Donald Trump loves this country and will never forget the sacrifice and bravery of our service members. Join us in putting him back in the White House.
I'm Alicia Lopez, and this is my husband, Herman. Our son, Corporal Hunter Lopez, whose name Joe Biden has refused to say out loud, was killed on August 26, 2021. He died during Joe Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Hunter was 22 years old and planned to come home to California after his tour to follow in our footsteps. Herman and I work for the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. And our family has a tradition of service in law enforcement. Hunter was excited to carry it on. Instead, in the nearly 3 years since Hunter's been gone, there has been silence. Silence from that empty space at the dinner table, where Hunter would have joined his brothers and sister and us for family gatherings. And there has been a deafening silence from the Biden and Harris administration. Despite our pleas for answers and accountability, they have pushed us away and tried to silence us. The Biden administration has not owned up to the bad decisions. They have not been transparent about their failures. And their so-called leaders work to protect themselves rather than our sons and daughters who took the oath to defend our country.
Thank you. When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters, lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives all 13 service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G. Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz. Maxton Sobiak. And my son, Hunter Lopez. Joe Biden has to go. He failed the American people. He failed the Afghan people and our military service members. He failed our family, and he failed Hunter. Donald Trump has a proven record of keeping the peace and honoring those in uniform. All of us on this stage recognize the efforts of Mr. Trump. We know this firsthand. We've experienced it. Whenever we've met with him, he has demonstrated compassion. He has joined us on our mission for answers, and he has given hope to our extended Gold Star family.
Now, we have another son serving in the Army. And we do not trust Joe Biden with his life. We have faith that Donald Trump to lead our military. Please join us in supporting Donald Trump for President and Commander-in-Chief.
While campuses struggle to get control of their students, at UNC Chapel Hill, they are bringing order
and a powerful moment there, hearing from Gold Star families, notably saying the names of the 13 U.S. service members during that attack by the Islamic State terrorist group outside Abbey Gate when there was that evacuation. 170 Afghan civilians were also killed. That was August 26, 2021. And they're making the case here that, in their words, President Biden did not show them the respect that they deserved and did not say those service members' name. Major Garrett.
So it's an important moment for this convention. It's an important moment for the country. It represents many things. Among them, a kind of cultural division in our country, because for many Trump supporters, they view what happened with George Floyd and the instances of police violence that preceded that as a kind of effort by the left to say the names of those victims, that the system was out of control and police were out of control and these victims were uplifted and the media was there along with it. In this instance, Trump supporters, many Republicans say, where was the media? Where was the president? Where was this saying of the names? Where was this elevating of American heroes who were lost in this particular mismanaged evacuation? That is part and parcel of the power of this moment, not just the individuals and the tragedy that surrounded them in Afghanistan, but what happened in the aftermath. Was there adequate respect paid? Was there adequate attention paid? That's part of what conventions do. That's part of what a story is, and it's being told here, and memorably so.
11 Marines, 1 soldier, 1 sailor lost their life that day. It was one of the deadliest days through the entire war in Afghanistan for more than 20 years. And it is painful. Gold Star families have a sacred place in our society. This was also a low point for the Biden administration. They were executing a exit from Afghanistan negotiated by the Trump administration. That is what the president would say, saying, I'm just doing what the last president agreed to. But let's be clear, in that election, every single Democratic candidate wanted to withdraw from Afghanistan, and so did Donald Trump. And in fact, he negotiated that diplomatic deal, Mike Pompeo, his Secretary of State, without the details of how to actually carry it through. Many of the military operators, including the commander who oversaw it, General McKenzie, would say he disagreed with drawing down to a low number of troops, as Donald Trump did, and he disagreed with Joe Biden's decision to go ahead with the deal that Donald Trump did. But there are 13 families who will never get their loved ones back, and hearing their names,
we all feel for them, and we thank them for their service. As Margaret, I know, having family members that serve. I want to introduce Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is with us. Governor, good to see you.
It's great to see you. Thank you for having me tonight.
Yeah, you gave a big speech last night. What did you want to convey?
You know, one of the things that I felt like was really important in that moment is for people to know and see the Donald Trump that I got to know from 2.5 years in the White House and a year on the campaign. And it was somebody who stuck up for me, defended me behind the scenes that a lot of people don't get a chance to experience. And I had some low moments in the White House, and he was the one that constantly built me up, gave me confidence to continue doing my job. And I wanted America to see that side of this president, in addition to the one who brought us economic security, border security, a safer, stronger America. And this was a little bit more of the tender side, and I wanted people to get a chance to see that.
Yeah, I noticed it was interesting to hear you talk about some of the criticism, because a lot of women in public roles get a lot of criticism.
As I'm sure you know, and it's not always fair and certainly never fun.
But you also, it took you a while to endorse Donald Trump as he was making his next bid for president. Why was that?
Look, I've been a supporter of the president since 2016, campaigned for him then, campaigned in 2020. I had just become governor, wanted to get settled, but I have been with the president from day one of the first time that he got into the race. Shortly after my own father dropped out, I joined the Trump campaign, and I've never been more convinced than we have seen in the last couple of weeks that we need Donald Trump back in the White House. He is the person that we need to lead our country. And if ever there was a doubt of his strength, his courage, his resilience, on Saturday he showed the country just why we need him and why I think he's going to win with a historic margin in November.
For people that don't know, Governor Huckabee Sanders is the youngest governor in America and the first female governor of Arkansas. And you've run on some different issues and pushed some different issues in Arkansas, school choice. Explain some of the different things that you've done.
You know, when I ran for office, I was very clear my biggest priority was going to be on education, but it wasn't just tinkering with the system. We did a massive overhaul of education in the state of Arkansas, the most historic and transformative education legislation in our state's history. We took teacher pay from being 48th in the country to top 5 overnight, making us competitive with every single state in the country. We invested in things like paid maternal leave and tuition forgiveness for our teachers, making sure that we have great educators, a huge investment into public education. At the same time, I have 3 kids. I have a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 9-year-old. They all learn differently, and we want to make sure that every parent is empowered to put their kid in the place where they can best learn and best be educated, and that's what we did through universal school choice.
Can I ask you about reproductive rights? Because, you know, under Donald Trump, where you worked with him, the new 3 Supreme Court justices overturned Roe versus Wade, sent it back to the states. But JD Vance, who is Donald Trump's pick to be running mate, has said he does support a nationwide ban on abortion. Do you support that? How do you think that will play in these key swing states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin?
I'm pro-life. I'm unapologetically pro-life, and I get to govern one of the most pro-life states in the country. Never going to apologize for that, and always going to continue to advocate for us to be a culture of life.
What about a nationwide ban?
I would be supportive of that. I think the president's position has not changed since he ran for office. I'll let he and JD Vance work that out, but I think he's going to make a tremendous compliment to this president, really be able to focus on the American worker, business success. He's got a military background. I think he will be a good balance to this president and be a great leader as the #2 in command when they win in November.
As you know, you're sitting next to Margaret Brennan and Major Garrett, so I'll allow them to join in the conversation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Governor and Major and I both sat in the front row calling you Sarah for so long. It's so hard. Governor.
It's fun. I was also called a lot worse, so I answered to Sarah.
We always called you Sarah. We always called you Sarah. Nothing more.
The two of you always wonderful and very respectful and great to work with.
Well, Governor, you are also, as Nora just said, one of the youngest governors, if not the youngest in the country.
Still so far the youngest. I know there are people hot on my heels to take that away from me, but for now I still get to hang on to it.
But it underscores the point in this campaign that we have seen with both parties starting off a race saying maybe we need generational change here. The Democrats are playing this out in the public eye very much so right now. Donald Trump's 78 years old. He faces some of those same questions. Why do you think Republicans decided it's not time for generational change?
I honestly don't think he faces some of those same questions, because if you look at the difference in these two people's ability, one is showing up, putting in full 20-hour days on the campaign trail, traveling the country, literally took a bullet and got right back on his feet, while the other one has trouble getting up the stairs. To me, there is no comparison. The age may be similar, but the capability is vastly different, and I think every single American, when they're being honest, can see that. The Republican Party has never been more unified. If you look at the lineup of speakers just last night, you had Governor DeSantis, Ambassador Nikki Haley, people that ran against this president, Vivek Ramaswamy, all supporting, all endorsing, coming together to coalesce behind this president. It's the polar opposite of what is taking place in the Democrat Party. You have all of the major leadership calling on Biden to step down, showing their lack of confidence in his ability, not just to win, but to lead. That is not what you want at the top of your ticket. It's the exact opposite of what we have here this week.
Could JD Vance be president tomorrow? When you're top of your ticket, 78 years old, that question's going to come up.
You know, I think it doesn't, again, I don't know that the age matters. I think it's about capability. I think he certainly could, but I'm confident that Donald Trump will not only lead this ticket, he's going to lead this country for the next 4 years.
Governor, very quickly on school choice, what effect do you think COVID had on parents observing virtually their education? I've talked to people across the country. That was a window for them, and not always a satisfactory one.
Certainly, as somebody who had to homeschool my kids, I found out very quickly I wasn't quite cut out for that. And making sure they had a place where they could learn, they could have the environment needed to be successful. I think it awakened a lot of parents to start paying much closer attention to what type of education their kids are getting. And I think we awakened some of the sleeping bears in a lot of moms who engaged in a way that we haven't seen them in politics. You look at like the Virginia governor's race. They pushed him over the edge, and that was one of the big reasons I think Glenn Youngkin won that race.
It's so true. I talked to a number of voters, Governor, in that state, women who said that they had voted for Hillary Clinton, were sick of schooling their kids, and they were going to vote for Glenn Youngkin. It was a big issue. Nice to see you again. Thank you for joining us.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. On stage next is the Nutra family. Their son Omar was taken hostage during the October 7th attacks while he was serving in the Israeli army, and he's one of 8 U.S. citizens believed to be still held in Gaza. Hostage and ceasefire negotiations have not shown much movement. Omar's family hasn't heard from him since he was taken by Hamas 284 days ago.
And it is this poison, it is this corruption that is infecting
hostages. The state of the negotiations we just heard recently from the Biden administration, once again, they were close to a deal.
Well, there is high optimism that there is a deal. There are 5 U.S. dual citizens who are believed to be alive, unaccounted for but alive, and in captivity. 3 of them have passed away. That's the 8 you just talked about. And the United States government, led by the Biden administration, is actually pushing the Netanyahu government quite hard to agree to this deal with Hamas that would have a 6-week ceasefire and then lead to phases that would end the war to bring home these Americans. If this deal does get agreed to, and it could in the next 2 to 3 weeks, by the way, in that first phase of a deal, you could see 3 Americans come home. If they make it to phase 2, 2 of those Americans could come home. So in the context of the more than 100 hostages still being held in Gaza, there are those Americans. And you hear constantly the families say they wish that their families got more attention from people like us in the media. But to get a main stage at the RNC is clearly something that will put them front and center. But it is the Biden administration that is working currently, the CIA director at the forefront of that, to bring them home.
Thank you for that. As I mentioned, we are following night 3 of the Republican National Convention, where the theme here tonight is Make America Strong Again. In just about 10 minutes from now, we are expected to hear from Donald Trump Jr. He will start at the top of the 10 o'clock hour. The president's son speaking before this group. Also, one of the big speeches we will hear in the coming hour is from Donald Trump's running mate, JD Vance. He will be introduced by his wife, Usha Vance. She's 38, a noted lawyer who clerked for Chief Justice John Roberts, also worked for Brett Kavanaugh when he was on the appeals court. She just recently resigned or stepped down from her role as an attorney because now she is going to be out on the campaign trail with JD Vance as he joins the ticket with Donald Trump. Let's listen now, because this is the Nutra family that I mentioned and Margaret and I were talking about that is still waiting for their family to come home, their son to come home.
Our son, Omer, is an American citizen. For 285 long days and nights, Hamas terrorists have been holding Omer imprisoned in tunnels underneath Gaza. Omer, which is a biblical name and means in Hebrew the first crop, is our firstborn. He was born in New York City 1 month after 9/11. 8 months pregnant, I walked across the Queensboro Bridge towards home that day. And here we are, 23 years later, and he's the victim of another vile terrorist attack. Let me tell you a little bit about my son. He's a connector. He's an extremely social person. He loves sports. In high school, he was captain of the soccer ball, volleyball, and basketball teams. He's a natural leader. And he cares deeply about others and about helping them grow. He turned 22 on October 14, 2023. And instead of celebrating with us and with his friends, he spent his birthday as a hostage of Hamas terrorists. Imagine, over 9 months, not knowing whether your son is alive, waking up every morning, praying that he too is still waking up every morning, that he is strong and is surviving. I recite Psalm 23 in his merit every single day. Gam ki elech begei tzal mavet, lo erara ki ata imadi. I walk through the shadow of the valley of the shadow of the death. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Bring them home. 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 During the brutal October 7 attack on Israel, over 1,200 people were slaughtered. Of them, 45 were American citizens. Where is the outrage? Where is it? This was not merely an attack on Israel. This was and remains an attack on Americans. Omer is one of 8 American hostages and one of 120 hostages still left in Gaza. Citizens of 24 countries and 5 different religions, still held by Hamas, denied basic human needs, their lives threatened every day. President Trump called us personally right after the attack when Omer was taken captive. We know he stands with the American hostages. We need our beautiful son back. And we need your support. We need your support to end this crisis and bring all the hostages back home. Them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
Omer, we love you. We won't stop fighting for you.
Say it with us. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Thank you, everybody. God bless Israel and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, former paratrooper, congressman, and New York State gubernatorial candidate, Lee Zeldin.
Very powerful, always to hear from the families who are waiting for the hostages to come home. The crowd chanting, "Bring them home." And it cannot come soon enough for them. It has been too long, since October 7th. Coming up shortly, we're going to hear from Donald Trump's running mate, JD Vance. We've already received some of the excerpts of what he'll say tonight, talking about his working class roots and what he plans to do in terms of change America. Major, I know you've looked through some of those. Any highlights?
Yes, there is an indictment against Joe Biden as supporting all the worst decisions economically for middle America, specifically mentioning NAFTA and most favored nation trade status for China. It's worth pointing out, NAFTA was put in motion by 2 Republican presidents, Ronald Reagan first, then George H.W. Bush. And most favored nation status was supported by most Republicans at the time in Congress. So this is an indictment not only against Joe Biden, but the Republican Party of old, a Republican Party that Donald Trump has quite clearly. If this week proves anything else, it has proved he has transformed before our very eyes.
We are also going to hear shortly at the top of the hour from Donald Trump Jr. This is a family affair for the Trump family, and he has become one of the fiercest defenders, not only of his father, but also this new shift in the movement of the MAGA movement.
You are seeing Donald Trump Jr. as the avatar for the Trump base nationwide. He pushed again and again behind the scenes for Senator Vance to be picked. And he is behind the scenes tonight with Senator Vance and the family.
All right. We're going to continue to cover the Republican National Convention from here in Milwaukee. Up next, as I mentioned, Donald Trump Jr. and Vice Presidential candidate JD Vance. You're watching CBS News.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The
the justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This is CBS.
How fast do you think you were going?
195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News Original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
On Face the Nation, the way to learn is to listen.
We may have a recession.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
Sunday morning, Cyndi Lauper still having fun. Plus, the new thriller from author James Patterson and the late Michael Crichton. Listen for the trumpet.
I'm 48 Hours' Erin Moriarty. Join me on a true crime journey to justice on my original podcast, My Life of Crime.
This is a CBS News special, America Decides, Campaign 24, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening and welcome to America Decides Campaign 2024 and CBS News coverage of Night 3 of the Republican National Convention. I'm Norah O'Donnell along with my colleagues here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And Republicans here continue their bid to return Donald Trump to the White House. Former President Trump is preparing for his big speech tomorrow night. Earlier today we saw him do a walkthrough. This weekend's assassination attempt of Donald Trump is still hanging over this convention and those in attendance. Some news today, the FBI and Secret Service briefing lawmakers this afternoon, telling them that the shooter searched online for images of both former President Donald Trump and President Joe Biden. Former President Trump is here in the forum. He's listening to a number of high-profile addresses. The big speech tonight is Vice Presidential candidate JD Vance, and he's going to introduce himself to the country. And we are just learning part of what he is going to say. One quote I can read you, he's going to say, "I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible." That is the message of unity that they are putting forward throughout this entire convention, a unified Republican Party, and they are trying to draw a contrast with the Democratic Party, where there is news to get to tonight, and we will shortly, as a growing number of Democratic lawmakers are calling on President Biden to step down in terms of being the Democratic nominee. Let's go first to Margaret Brennan. JD Vance has only been in the United States Senate for 18 months, an acclaimed author, and certainly has some star power within the Republican and conservative base. How will he introduce himself to the nation?
With a message of hope from the excerpts we've seen, from the characterization of what we know he wants to exude here, but he is the young and vibrant, not quite yet 40-year-old, brand new to the Senate. No major legislation, but certainly has tried to champion unions, champion the working class, speak to the place he was born, Appalachia, and try to revive that. Also very interesting ties to the tech community here and to that interesting younger generation. At a time we're talking about generational shift in the party, he is seen by some as the inheritor of this brand new MAGA ideology that has overtaken the Republican Party.
Let's go to Tony DeCopel. He is there on the convention floor. Tony?
Nora, I've got 2 quick points for you that set the scene down here on the convention floor. The first, earlier we told you about the mass deportations now signs. Well, Anthony Salvanto, our friend and colleague in the polling unit, sent me some notes that show that 88% of Republicans, in fact, support a national program to deport undocumented immigrants. The details are obviously messy. We're talking about more than 10 million people, but you can't find that kind of support for the moon landing, let alone a policy of a government. Second point, the video with the Gold Star families of veterans who died at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan during the pullout, the most powerful moment of these 3 days from my vantage point on the floor. There was at least a 10-minute silence as the families took the stage. Reverence in the audience, people on their feet and standing for the full 10 minutes. I have not seen anything like it until tonight.
Tony DeCopel, thank you. Also want to go to our senior campaign correspondent, White House reporter Ed O'Keefe. And Ed, while this convention is unified, the Democratic Party is divided.
That's right, Nora. First off, the president is expected to land back in Delaware this hour after cutting short a trip to Las Vegas after being diagnosed with a case of COVID. He's received his first dose of Paxlovid, and the White House says he'll be recovering in the next few days at his home in Rehoboth Beach. The White House tonight also pushing back on reports that top congressional leaders have gone to him saying it's time to get out of the race. A spokesman saying the president told both leaders he's the nominee of the party. He plans to win and looks forward to working with both of them to pass his 100-day agenda to help working families. So as the president deals with new health issues and lingering political concerns, Republicans here on the floor of the convention quite excited and looking forward to what's coming. We're in the Ohio section with 2 guys who know a thing or two about Ohio and about JD Vance. Governor Mike DeWine, Lieutenant Governor John Husted. Governor DeWine, who is the senator? What has he meant to Ohio Republicans? How can he help Donald Trump win?
I think he's the perfect candidate. Look, he's America. He represents us, represents Ohio. I expect him to be campaigning in the Midwestern states a lot. And I think, he's gone through in his own life story, is a story that many Americans have gone through with addiction in the family. People can relate to that, but I think more importantly, he will be able to relate to people. And going through that trauma, I think, makes him a better person, a stronger person. You're going to see no better advocate for Donald Trump and the programs that he wants to see in place than JD Vance.
And Lieutenant Governor, real quick, he has to introduce himself to the country tonight. What should we know about him as a person?
We need to know where his heart is. We need to know he's going to be a great wingman for Donald Trump, which he's going to be, and he's going to advance the Make America Great agenda, closing the borders and protecting the middle class.
Governor, Lieutenant Governor, you're both loyal CBS viewers, and you've been generous with your time. Thank you very much. Nora, back up to you.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you very much for those interviews. As we mentioned, we're going to hear from Donald Trump's vice presidential pick, JD Vance, on the issues major. Explain where he is in terms of foreign policy and on some of those hot-button social issues.
So in European capitals, there is a great concern about JD Vance, and even among the hawkish wing of the Republican Party about JD Vance with the issue that is most front and center in Europe, the future of Ukraine. JD Vance, on the record, has said, I don't really care about what happens to Ukraine. And he is a vociferous critic of assistance in the future, military or otherwise, economic, military, infrastructure, any kind of aid to Ukraine. Considering that essentially a mission the United States cannot win, and it doesn't really matter what happens to Ukraine. Why do European capitals worry about that? Because they're fearful of Russia's ambitions if it in fact succeeds in its attempt to conquer Ukraine. That is the most important foreign policy position that JD Vance has taken, and no one doubts that his proximity to former President Trump will continue to infuse that message in the White House should this ticket be elected.
It should be noted that Congress has approved more than $170 billion for the war in Ukraine. There was a recent package, some $60 billion in April, that JD Vance voted against.
Yes.
Margaret, what about that? And also, what about JD Vance's views on reproductive rights and abortion?
What's so interesting is I've pressed JD Vance when he's been on Face the Nation. I've pressed the senator on why oppose this package of aid, given how important Ohio's industrial base is, particularly to the defense industry. I mean, there were factories that were going to be producing tanks with that money. Why oppose something that creates jobs in your district? 80% of that $61 billion goes into rebuilding U.S. stockpiles. And it is just coming back to this stance of he didn't see an end game. But it puts him in direct contradiction to Republican leadership like Mitch McConnell, who has been trying to defeat the strain of isolationism within this new part of the Republican Party. And it is something that takes you to the heart of the great power struggle with Russia, China, and the United States.
And on abortion.
And on abortion rights, Senator Vance has held a number of positions. He has called for restrictions. He has sublimated that now to the man at the top of the ticket. I've pressed him a few times saying, exactly what did you mean when you called for a minimum federal standard in terms of restrictions on abortion? He refused to answer that. But in the past, he has supported restrictions at 15 weeks. He's also talked about pregnancy as the result of rape as being inconvenient, but used that to say that he would not allow for exceptions due to rape, that person would have to carry through the pregnancy.
It will be part of the debate going forward, certainly, as Kamala Harris is the Vice President of the United States and has been an advocate for reproductive rights. Want to bring in our chief political analyst, John Dickerson. John?
Nora, there's been a lot of talk about JD Vance's positions on the various issues. I want to just talk about tone for a moment. In the wake of the assassination attempts against Donald Trump, there was a lot of discussion, still ongoing, about whether lawmakers are doing something to lower the political heat or adding to the inflammation. JD Vance is perhaps the preeminent example of a lawmaker who added to the inflammation in the early hours after the attack. He directly said, and I'm quoting here, that the Biden campaign's rhetoric, quote, led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination. So in the early moments where there were no facts, he did two things that have led to the political poisoning. One is he thought the worst of his political opponent, and two, he inflamed the situation to score political points. We now know, as you mentioned earlier tonight, that the FBI has briefed lawmakers and said that the shooter, there's no evidence that he had a political agenda. He looked up both information about Donald Trump and Joe Biden. He looked up information about the Democratic campaign, or excuse me, the Democratic convention. He also looked up information about depression. So that JD Vance, with no facts, inflamed the situations. We now know the facts suggest there was no political motive.
John Dickerson, thank you very much. In just moments from now, we are going to hear from Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, Robert Costa. He has been so influential.
Donald Trump Jr. was perhaps the most influential person in making Senator Vance the running mate for his father. And it comes down to the conservative base across this country. They like Donald Trump Jr., they like Senator Vance, and this is someone who they believe can connect with working voters in those key states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and here in Wisconsin.
And let's listen in now to Donald Trump Jr. He's 46, the oldest child of Ivana and Donald Trump, has worked at the Trump Organization since 2001.
Good evening, America. Before I begin my remarks, I'm going to do something a little uncharacteristic. A Trump is going to give up the microphone. Doesn't happen often. You may never see it again. But I got a call on Monday morning from a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. I know. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him, I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing. Grandpa, you are such an inspiration, and I love you. The media makes my grandpa seem like a different person, but I know him for who he is. He's very caring and loving. He truly wants the best for this country, and he will fight every single day to make America great again. Thank you very much.
"17-year-old Kai Trump, the oldest grandchild of Donald Trump." Now let's listen into her father.
A lot of proud moments this week for my family. Thank you again, guys. Really appreciate that. That's not easy. That's the first time. I mean, this is what we call a large crowd for a speech, so incredible work, Kai. Now, back to business. Guys. Thank you, sir. Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. Just days ago, something that once seemed unimaginable became a terrifying reality. My father came under literal fire as an incredible patriotic rally turned into a tragedy. On a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, a brave firefighter died. Others were injured, and as those bullets rained down, we came millimeters away from one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. But we did lose an American hero that day. We wish that he were with us tonight. But his memory will live on forever in the hearts of his family, his community, and the nation that he loved. So I would like to take just a moment tonight to express our gratitude for the life and service of American hero Corey Comparator. They say you can't truly know how you'll respond in a moment of danger until you're actually confronted with it. So what was my father's instinct as his life was on the line? Not to cower, not to surrender, but to show for all the world to see that the next American president has the heart of a lion. That the next American president has the courage to put the American people first once again. And in that moment, my father didn't just show his character, he showed America's character. When he stood up with blood on his face and the flag at his back, the world saw a spirit that could never be broken. And that is the true spirit of America. America knows what it's like to be down. We know what it's like to be confused and to be afraid. Long before the attempt on my father's life, every American I met was filled with fear and anxiety. They were afraid our country was being torn apart. They were anxious about the massive and chaotic invasion of illegal aliens across our border. They were deeply concerned about partisan lawfare, education indoctrination, and attacks on freedom of speech. Most terrifying of all, they saw that our leaders didn't care, or worse, that they joyfully aided and abetted the erosion of our rights. And the lies. Oh yeah, the lies. We won't ever forget the lies. From left-wing politicians, from their allies in the media, when you hear them in a row, you fully understand the extent they have gone to divide this great nation. They lied about Russia collusion. They lied about Hunter's laptop. They lied about Joe Biden's fitness for office. They lied about the border being secure. They lied about inflation being transitory. They lied about how they would safely withdraw from Afghanistan. They lied about Biden being a, quote, moderate. And they told one nonstop lie after another about my father. But they could only run away from reality for so long. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore. Remember Build Back Better? Instead, we got broke, bumbling Biden. Nothing is built, nothing is back, and nothing is better. Bridges are collapsing, our credibility is crumbling, and our money is worth less and less every single day. It was just one giant bait and switch, and normal Americans are the ones left holding the bag. Housing costs, gasoline prices, grocery bills just keep going up. Wave after wave of illegal aliens, deadly drugs keep pouring across our border. Meanwhile, pro-crime district attorneys have turned our cities into giant crime zones. They've turned criminals into victims, prosecutors into criminal defense attorneys, and police into public enemies. Left-wing activists are pretending to be educators, teaching our kids that there are 57 genders, but they can't even define what a woman is. On one hand, they think free speech protects their right to expose your children to explicit drag shows. On the other hand, they want to put you in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction? And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway? It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter? Barack Obama? Maybe it's the ghost of Corn Pop. Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook. In this country, we don't criminalize political differences. We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell. There was a time when the Democrats really wanted what was best for America, even if they had a different way of getting there. It was the party of Franklin Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr. You may have disagreed with that party, but at least you could respect it. But this new extreme Democrat Party, they want us to somehow believe that the only way forward is going backwards, where hiring decisions are based solely on race, where justice is only for those with the right opinions, where streets are a luxury only for the elite, where economic opportunity exists only when you know the right people. Right now, the America we all grew up with, the America that we love, feels like an old photograph where you sit down with your children and tell them what life used to be like. You look back at that America and remember a country that was confident and proud, an America that knew who it was and what it stood for. And it could all feel like a distant memory. Somewhere along the way we stumbled. Somewhere along the way we lost ourselves. But we can't live on nostalgia. Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come. Because no matter how far off that old photo may feel, it's not the end of our story. We're like that man who stood on that platform and felt the bullet pierce his flesh just days ago in Pennsylvania. He may have moved to the ground, but he stood back up. And when he did, my father raised his fist into the air. He looked out at the crowd. And what did he say? And we will fight. We will fight. We will fight with our voices. We will fight with our ideas. And on November 5th, we will fight with our vote. I've always been proud of him, but I've never been prouder of my father than I was in that moment. That's when the world found out that there is tough, and then there's Trump tough. And the good news is, America is Trump tough. In 1912, more than a century ago, another legendary Republican president came right here to Milwaukee. At a political rally less than 1 mile from where we stand tonight, Teddy Roosevelt was struck by a would-be assassin's bullet. But he didn't quit either. He finished his speech and he kept fighting. My friends, I don't believe in coincidences, but I do believe in God's plan. Today, Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena has a name, and it's Donald J. Trump. Remember, my father didn't have to run for re-election this year. He doesn't need the money, the fame, the power. Frankly, he doesn't need the witch hunts, the phony investigations, or the political prosecutions either. But he knew he had to run if there was any chance at saving America. He's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for everyone here tonight, for everyone watching at home. No matter who you are, you can be a part of this movement to make America great again. Look at me and my friend JD Vance. A kid from Appalachia and a kid from Trump Tower in Manhattan. We grew up worlds apart, yet now we're both fighting side by side to save the country we love. And by the way, JD Vance is going to make one hell of a vice president. For those of you who have tuned out politics or have never even voted, I want you to know, if you're looking for a better life, a more prosperous future, a safer, more wholesome and patriotic place to call home, there's room for you in this party and in this movement. In fact, you're the ones who matter most of all. My father has always said that the people he gets along with best are the people who really work for a living. It's because of his background as a builder in construction, right? In construction, it doesn't matter how smart your architect is if you don't have the best guys laying the bricks. People with grit, people who get their hands dirty. That's a big problem with Washington, D.C. Most of the bureaucrats who rule over us have never built anything in their lives. It's time to build something real, something tangible, something that will last and leave this country better off for our children. That's my father's mission. This November, we have a choice. It's a choice between one team that wants to build this country up and another that wants to tear this country down. It's a choice between people who are proud of America and people who are ashamed of America. And ultimately, it's a choice between America last and America first. So if you love this country from the bottom of your heart, if you want to bring back common sense, if you want to save the American dream, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect my father, Donald J. Trump. Together, we will make America great once again. Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin.
The oldest son of Donald Trump, praising what he called Trump tough. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Donald Trump's running mate, JD Vance, takes the stage.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off.
That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That Desired Farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out. This is CBS.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour.
This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News Original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
On Face the Nation, the way to learn is to listen.
We may have a recession.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
Sunday morning, Cyndi Lauper still having fun. Plus, the new thriller from author James Patterson.
I'm 48 Hours Erin Moriarty.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Speaking next is JD Vance. She is the wife of Vice Presidential candidate and Senator JD Vance. She's the daughter of Indian immigrants, and she met JD at Yale Law School. They have 3 children together. She is known as a skilled legislator, and she stepped down from her law firm as they run for Vice President of the United States. Let's listen in.
Good evening. Good evening. When I was asked to introduce my husband, JD Vance, to all of you, I was at a loss. What could I say that hasn't already been said before? After all, the man was already the subject of a Ron Howard movie. JD has shared much of his life through his own eloquent words. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, during his Senate campaign, and now as a sitting United States Senator. It occurred to me that there was only one thing to do: to explain from the heart why I love and admire JD and stand here beside him today, and why he will make a great Vice President of the United States. I met JD in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State. which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with JD? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe. The most determined person I knew with one overriding ambition: to become a husband and a father, and to build the kind of tight-knit family that he had longed for as a child. My background is very different from JD's. I grew up in San Diego, in a middle-class community with two loving parents, both immigrants from India, and a wonderful sister. That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country. It is also a testament to JD, and it tells you something about who he is. When JD met me, he approached our differences with curiosity and enthusiasm. He wanted to know everything about me, where I came from, what my life had been like. Although he's a meat and potatoes kind of guy, he adapted to my vegetarian diet and learned to cook food from my mother, Indian food. Before I knew it, he had become an integral part of my family, a person I could not imagine living without. The JD I knew then is the same JD you see today, except for that beard. And his goals in this new role are the same that he has pursued for our family: to keep people safe, to create opportunities, to build a better life, and to solve problems with an open mind. It's safe to say that neither JD nor I expected to find ourselves in this position, but it's hard to imagine a more powerful example of the American dream. A boy from Middletown, Ohio. Raised by his grandmother through tough times, chosen to help lead our country through some of its greatest challenges. I am grateful to all of you for the trust you have placed in him and in our family. And with that, it is my great privilege to introduce my husband and the next Vice President of the United States, JD Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first.
Thank you.
Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed? Who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. Wow. Wow. Yeah. First of all,
Aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely? Isn't it amazing? Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is JD Vance from the great state of Ohio. Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope. A celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country. He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country. I want all Americans to go and watch the video of a would-be assassin coming a quarter of an inch from taking his life. Consider the lies they told you about Donald Trump, and then look at that photo of him, defiant, fist in the air, when Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field. All of America stood with him. And what did he call us to do for our country? To fight for America. Even in his most perilous moment, we were on his mind. His instinct was for us, for our country, to call us to something higher, to something greater, to once again be citizens who ask what our country needs of us. Now consider what they said. They said he was a tyrant. They said he must be stopped at all costs. But how did he respond? He called for national unity, for national calm, literally right after an assassin nearly took his life. He remembered the victims of the terrible attack, especially the brave Corey Compertori, who gave his life to protect his family. God bless him. And then President Trump flew to Milwaukee and got back to work. Now that's the man I've gotten to know personally over the last few years. He is tough, and he is, but he cares about people. He can stand defiant against an assassin one moment and call for national healing the next. He is a beloved father and grandfather, and of course, a once-in-a-generation business leader. He's the man who is feared by America's adversaries, but 2 nights ago, and I'll share a moment, said goodnight to his 2 boys, told them he loved them, and made sure to give each of them a kiss on the cheek. And I will say, Don and Eric squirmed the same way my 4-year-old does when his daddy tries to give him a kiss on the cheek. Sorry, guys. He is all those things, but tonight we celebrate he is our once and future President of the United States of America. Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America. Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio, a small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And I agree. And somehow, a real estate developer from New York City by the name of Donald J. Trump was right on all of these issues while Biden was wrong. President Trump knew even then that we needed leaders who would put America first. Now, thanks to these policies that Biden and other out-of-touch politicians in Washington gave us, our country was flooded with cheap Chinese goods, with cheap foreign labor, and in the decades to come, deadly Chinese fentanyl. Joe Biden screwed up, and my community paid the price. Now, I was lucky. Despite the closing factories and the growing addiction in towns like mine, in my life, I had a guardian angel by my side. She was an old woman who could barely walk, but she was tough as nails. I called her Mamaw, the name we hillbillies gave to our grandmothers. Mamaw raised me as my mother struggled with addiction. Mamaw was in so many ways a woman of contradiction. She loved the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding. She could make a sailor blush. Now, she once told me, when she found out that I was spending too much time with a local kid who was known for dealing drugs, that if I ever hung out with that kid again, she would run him over with her car. That's true. And she said, JD, no one will ever find out about it. Now, thanks to that Mamaw, things worked out for me. After 9/11, I did what thousands of other young men my age did in that time of soaring patriotism and love of country. I enlisted in the United States Marines. Semper Fi to my fellow Marines. Now, I left the Marines after 4 years and went to the Ohio State University. I'm sorry, Michigan, I had to get that in there. Come on. We've had enough political violence. Now, after Ohio State, I went to Yale Law School, where I met my beautiful wife. And then I started businesses to create jobs in the kind of places that I grew up in. Now, my work taught me that there is still so much talent and grit in the American heartland. There really is. But for these places to thrive, my friends, we need a leader who fights for the people who built this country. We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump. Some people tell me I've lived the American dream, and of course they're right, and I'm so grateful for it. But the American dream that always counted most was not starting a business or becoming a senator or even being here with you fine people, though it's pretty awesome. My most important American dream was becoming a good husband and a good dad, of being able to give I wanted to give my kids the things that I didn't have when I was growing up, and that's the accomplishment that I'm proudest of. That tonight, I'm joined by my beautiful wife, Usha, an incredible lawyer and a better mom, and our three beautiful kids, Ewan, who's 7, Vivek, who's 4, and Mirabelle, who's 2. Now, they're back at the hotel, and kids, if you're watching, Daddy loves you very much, but get your butts in bed. It's 10 o'clock. But my friends, things did not work out well for a lot of kids I grew up with. Every now and then, I will get a call from a relative back home who asks, "Did you know so-and-so?" And I'll remember a face from years ago, and then I'll hear, "They died of an overdose." As always, America's ruling class wrote the checks. Communities like mine paid the price. For decades, that divide between the few with their power and comfort in Washington and the rest of us only widened. From Iraq to Afghanistan, from the financial crisis to the Great Recession, from open borders to stagnating wages, the people who govern this country have failed and failed again. That is, of course, until a guy named Donald J. Trump came along. President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next Vice President of the United States of America. But my fellow Americans here in this stage and watching at home, this moment is not about me, it's about all of us, and it's about who we're fighting for. It's about the auto worker in Michigan wondering why out-of-touch politicians are destroying their jobs. It's about the factory worker in Wisconsin who makes things with their hands and is proud of American craftsmanship. It's about the energy worker in Pennsylvania and Ohio who doesn't understand why Joe Biden is willing to buy energy from tin-pot dictators across the world when he could buy it from his own citizens right here in our own country. You guys are a great crowd. Wow. And And it's about, our movement is about single moms like mine who struggled with money and addiction but never gave up. And I'm proud to say that tonight my mom is here, 10 years clean and sober. I love you, Mom. And you know, Mom, I was thinking, it'll be 10 years officially in January of 2025. And if President Trump's okay with it, let's have the celebration in the White House. And our movement, ladies and gentlemen, it's about grandparents all across this country who are living on Social Security and raising grandchildren they didn't expect to raise. And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another Mamaw story. Now, my Mamaw died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were... Now, the thing is, they were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. And we wondered what was going on, and it occurred to us that towards the end of her life, Mamaw couldn't get around so well. And so this frail old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit. Now, Joe Biden has been a politician in Washington for longer than I've been alive, 39 years old. Kamala Harris is not much further behind. For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders. He created the greatest economy in history for workers. Really was amazing. There's this chart that shows worker wages, and they stagnated for pretty much my entire life until President Donald J. Trump came along. Workers' wages went through the roof. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years. Months ago, I heard some young family member observe that their parents' generation, the baby boomers, could afford to buy a home when they first entered the workforce. But I don't know, this person observed, if I'll ever be able to afford a home. The absurd cost of housing is the result of so many failures, and it reveals so much about what's broken in Washington. I can tell you exactly how it happened. Wall Street barons crashed the economy, and American builders went out of business. As tradesmen scrambled for jobs, houses stopped being built. The lack of good jobs, of course, led to stagnant wages. And then the Democrats flooded this country with millions of illegal aliens. So citizens had to compete with people who shouldn't even be here for precious housing. Joe Biden's inflation crisis, my friends, is really an affordability crisis. And many of the people that I grew up with can't afford to pay more for groceries, more for gas, more for rent, and that's exactly what Joe Biden's economy has given them. So prices soared, dreams were shattered, and China and the cartels sent fentanyl across the border, adding addiction to the heartache. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of our story. We've heard about villains and their victims. I've talked a lot about that, but let me tell you about the future. President Trump's vision is so simple and yet so powerful. We're done, ladies and gentlemen, catering to Wall Street. We'll commit to the working man. We're done importing foreign labor. We're going to fight for American citizens and their good jobs and their good wages. We're done buying energy from countries that hate us. We're going to get it right here from American workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio and across the country. We're done sacrificing supply chains to unlimited global trade, and we're going to stamp more and more products with that beautiful label, Made in the USA. We're going to build factories again, put people to work making real products for American families made with the hands of American workers. Together, we will protect the wages of American workers and stop the Chinese Communist Party from building their middle class on the backs of American citizens. Together, we will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer. Together, we will send our kids to war only when we must. But as President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. Together, we will put the citizens of America first, whatever the color of their skin. We will, in short, make America great again. You know, one of the things that you hear people say sometimes is that America is an idea. And to be clear, America was indeed founded on brilliant ideas like the rule of law and religious liberty, things written into the fabric of our Constitution and our nation. But America is not just an idea. It is a group of people with a shared history and a common future. It is, in short, a nation. Now, it is part of that tradition, of course, that we welcome newcomers. But when we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms. That's the way we preserve the continuity of this project from 250 years past to hopefully 250 years in the future. And let me illustrate this with a story, if I may. I'm, of course, married to the daughter of South Asian immigrants to this country. Incredible people. People who genuinely have enriched this country in so many ways. And, of course, I'm biased because I love my wife and her family, but it's true. Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky. And I guess standing here tonight, it's just gotten weirder and weirder, honey. But that's what she was getting. Now, that cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky is near my family's ancestral home. And like a lot of people, we came from the mountains of Appalachia into the factories of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now that's Kentucky coal country, one of the 10 Now, it's one of the 10 poorest counties in the entire United States of America. They are very hardworking people, and they're very good people. They're the kind of people who would give you the shirt off their back even if they can't afford enough to eat. And our media calls them privileged and looks down on them. But they love this country, not only because it's a good idea, but because in their bones they know that this is their home. And it will be their children's home, and they would die fighting to protect it. That is the source of America's greatness. As a United States Senator, I get to represent millions of people in the great state of Ohio with similar stories, and it is the great honor of my life. Now, in that cemetery, there are people who were born around the time of the Civil War. And if, as I hope, my wife and I are eventually laid to rest there, and our kids follow us, there will be 7 generations just in that small mountain cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. 7 generations of people who have fought for this country, who have built this country, who have made things in this country, and who would fight and die to protect this country if they were asked to. Now that's not just an idea, my friends. That's not just a set of principles. Even though the ideas and the principles are great, that is a homeland. That is our homeland. People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come. Now, eventually in that mountain cemetery, my children will lay me to rest. And when they do, I would like them to know that thanks to the work of this Republican Party, the United States of America is as strong and as proud and as great as ever. That is who we serve, my friends. That is who we fight for. And the only thing that we need to do right now, the most important thing that we can do for those people, for that American nation that we all love, is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from. And every single day for the next 4 years, when I walk into that White House to help President Trump, I will be doing it for you, for your family, for your future, and for this great country. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless our great country.
"39-year-old Senator JD Vance not only attending his first convention, speaking to this group of people as the rising star of the MAGA movement." Major Garrett.
Let's distill the economic argument we just heard. Fact: inflation is corrosive to the prospects politically of an incumbent president. Every other statistic in the Biden economy, manufacturing jobs, GDP growth, stock market indexes, all of those things are better than President Trump, but inflation corrodes all of that by reminding Americans that the things that they buy every day in their life are more expensive, whether it's rent, insurance, groceries, or gas. That's the central economic argument of this party and JD Vance, and that's a problem for President Biden.
Margaret Brennan, he connected his own difficult upbringing in rural Ohio with the problems that working class Americans feel today. He denounced NAFTA, he denounced the Iraq War, but at the time there were more Republicans that supported those things than Democrats.
There is, and he's saying this is a new party. This is the new brand of Trumpism. And interesting, he laid throughout those mentions of generational problems Joe Biden's name and all the years he's been in there. He's leaning into this idea of generational shift. Also notable, Nora, not here tonight, Mike Pence, the man who previously held the job of vice president to Donald Trump. And up until this Saturday, the most significant act of political violence that this country had experienced was the violent attack on the United States Capitol on January the 6th. And we can't forget that and whitewash that or normalize that. That was it.
Robert Costa, he was raised by his grandma. His single mother suffered through addiction, is 10 years sober tonight. A moving moment.
And what's that song you hear right now on the convention floor? Don't Stop by Fleetwood Mac. Famously, the signature song of Bill Clinton's 1992 campaign, where he tried to project a new generation. Senator JD Vance tried to do that tonight. I spoke with President Biden recently. I said, what's this election all about? He says, labor, union members. JD Vance tonight said, game on.
Thanks to all of you. And that wraps up night 3 of the Republican National Convention. Our coverage continues on CBS News 24/7 and then tomorrow on CBS Mornings. And join us again tomorrow night for the CBS Evening News and more primetime coverage of the RNC right here on CBS. For all of us at CBS News, I'm Nora O'Donnell. Good night.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains